I'd like to call to order this continuation meeting of the Anchorage Assembly and begin with a roll call. Madam Clerk.
In other words, if you're doing something about somebody's property.
Ms. Gray-Jackson. Honored to be here. Mr. Flynn. Ms. Johnston is excused. Ms. Osiander.
Present.
Ms. Drummond.
Present.
Mr. Birch is excused, but will join us shortly, we believe. Mr. Gutierrez.
Here.
Mr. Starr is excused. Dr. Selcraig. Here. Mr. Coffey. I'm here. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Thank you. For the last 24 hours, I have had multiple communications from a wide variety of people about how best to conduct this hearing. Many people have strong opinions, I've discovered. I have been asked to ask people where they live and potentially limit testimony to residents of the municipality. I have been asked to cut back from 3 minutes to a shorter time interval. I have been asked to allow no more new people to testify. I have been asked to call a special meeting during the day, every day of the week, to get through the list. All those things have come to me. Here's where I am at the moment. We now have about 550 names on this list. The Assembly needs to conduct its business and needs to get through that list. What I'm going to do is plow through the list. I am not going to take more names on the list tonight. We have to get through these names so that we can figure out what comes next. There is, excuse me, let me finish. There is continued discussion about a variety of interpretation of state law and municipal code about potentially limiting public testimony. I have asked all three attorneys for the city to look at that code to clarify what our rules are. My plan for tonight is to work through the list. We are still on the list from the very first night of the meeting. There have been now 2 full days of opportunity for people to get on this list, and I think they deserve the respect of trying to allow them to be heard. So I guarantee you no vote will occur tonight. All we're going to do is try to make a big bite in those 550 names and try to get a better understanding of what the rules are for conducting hearings like this. So it'll be the same general rules as we have had in the past. I will call you forth. I'm going to be pretty strict about the 3 minutes. I'm going to ask everybody to continue to be respectful and civil. You may get questions. If you get questions, you'll be up there a little bit longer than 3 minutes.
Madam Chairman?
Now, questions on that? Go ahead, Dr. Selcraig.
I just have a suggestion, and that is that if there are points that people are making that are already have been made over and over again, it might be worthwhile to say, I agree with the statements that have been made, and maybe reference them quickly, and then put yourself on record in terms of where you stand, because that'll allow us to get to more people faster. And that doesn't mean I'm suggesting that people not have an opportunity to come up and speak, but oftentimes we ask people to kind of focus on something new to the best of their skills. So anyhow, if for those of you who have been sitting here and listening, if what you have said has already been said, you might reference it and maybe use less than 3 minutes so that we can get more people covered in terms of being able to hear everybody. Thanks.
Thank you. I've been also asked at a variety of times to have people to stand up if they agree or stand up if they disagree. And I have not done that because it's been viewed as potentially not a clear message if there's people out in the lobby or there's an unequal number of colored shirts in the room. So I don't want to personally go there. Are there any other questions on process? Mr. Gutierrez.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to reemphasize, and you've done this quite well, is if folks are in line to speak, don't hover at the back of the room. Come to the front. That'll help speed things up.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Mr. Gutierrez. Are there any other questions on process from the body? All right. Seeing none, let's get started. Ben Smith, Frank Carter, Jean Brokaw, and Travis and Melody Martin. Are any of you here? Please come forward. Please come forward. And since he's the only one in the, I'm going to call a few more names before you start, sir.
Okay.
Daniel Levesque, Darren Colbury, Larry Hall. Go ahead, sir. And if you could start by saying your name.
Right. My name's Travis Martin. I'm a Navy veteran. I've lived here since I was 10. I was transferred up here with my folks in 1993. I'm currently a student at UAA studying nursing over there. So, okay, we go ahead and start now. First, Ordinance 64 is supposedly dealing with the issue of sexual orientation. When you take a closer look, it's not really talking about sexual orientation at all. In fact, it is trying to force the majority to practice the self-pronounced rights of the minority. This issue is completely different than that of racism. We're not talking about equal rights. We all already possess equal rights. The Constitution and this state already give us the ability to practice and believe whatever we want. If we allow Ordinance 64 to pass, we're infringing and imposing on the rights of those who would choose not to practice a homosexual lifestyle. Secondly, a portion of this ordinance 64 uses the words actual and perceived. By using these words, we are opening the law to interpretation. Are we in turn saying that all law is open to interpretation? This ordinance provides freedom for gays, lesbians, and bisexuals to perceive themselves as a different gender, but it does not provide the same courtesy to professionals who perceive their ideas to be wrong. Our third point boils down to our faith and the common misconceptions about Christianity. To put it simply, God commands us to love one another. If He even goes as far to say, love your neighbor as yourself. We can love someone without agreeing with the choices they're making. We're called to love the sinner, which, by the way, all of us are, but hate the sin. By showing love to someone, but disagreeing with their chosen lifestyle, how is that demonstrating hate? Take another sin like lying. Do we hate everyone who lies? The obvious answer is no. We most certainly do not like being lied to, but everyone has lied at some time or another. So if you forgive, and you forgive and move on with your life. We all would agree that what Ted Bundy did was wrong. Saddam Hussein, Osama bin Laden. God says that all those things are wrong. How do we know that murder is wrong? How do we know that adultery is wrong? How do we know lying is wrong? We don't need a police officer to tell us that, or a judge. It's kind of inherent. You see somebody murder somebody, and it's consciously that's the wrong thing to do. God says the same thing. He says lying's wrong, adultery's wrong, murder's wrong. There has to be some kind of objectivity. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. My name is Daniel Levesque. I'll get right to the point. People spend a lot of time talking about how there's no documentation regarding workplace discrimination against homosexuals. The top documents that I have provided to you are the results and conclusions of actual scientific studies done on this matter. What they conclude is that employers do not discriminate against homosexuals based on their sexuality when it comes to employment or employee rights and professional treatment. They have also concluded that the coworkers and employer are in fact less personally warm to them on average when it comes to personal interactions, not professional ones, with occasional hostility when a homosexual uses his or her sexuality as a weapon to create a hostile work environment for everybody else. The second set of documents are legal precedents that prove this law is unconstitutional. The primary legal grounds for the unconstitutionality of this law is that laws like this infringe on freedom of association. Private businesses of any size, other than those that provide essential goods, such as grocery stores, gas stations, clothing outlets, and hospitals, have never been legally declared to be public accommodations. By failing to provide the legally required exceptions for non-public accommodation businesses, as well as institutions that engage in moral instruction or promote morality, whether secular or religious, this bill is unconstitutional. Also, the wording of the bill is unconstitutionally vague, and it will be legally challenged on those grounds as well. Due to the unconstitutionality of this bill, the legal challenges will have it struck down, and it will cost the city millions of dollars of taxpayer money that it simply doesn't have. But who exactly does this bill benefit anyway? The vast majority of homosexuals fit into regular society with no trouble. They dress like everyone else, talk like everyone else, and they do not flaunt their private sexual behavior. They fit into the norm for public behavior. However, there is a tiny minority of homosexuals that this will help. If you open your envelopes, the photographs in there were taken on public streets. And as you can see, the police are not getting involved to stop the criminal acts of public indecency, public sodomy, public fellatio, and public floggings. Those pictures were taken at the 2008 Up Your Alley Fair and the 2007 Folsom Street Fair. Both are free, open to the public street festivals held in San Francisco. The festivals are legally required to be allowed because the anti-discrimination law of California elevates sexuality to the level of religion, just like this one. And since they allow religious festivals, they are forced to allow sexual ones as well. This experiment has already been done in California. There is a similar, better constructed law on that state's books. The end result of disallowing sexual discrimination has been the inability of the police to enforce the laws that are supposed to prevent the public acts in those pictures. That is the portion of the homosexual population that this ordinance would help. There are no others. That segment of the homosexual population is hostile, hateful, and will abuse this ordinance in any way that they can. Their sexuality is a weapon, and they will wield it with all the force that they can muster. Do not repeat the mistakes of others by passing this unnecessary, poorly constructed, illegal, and idiotic law.
At this point, Rich Elam, Joyce Zirkle, Clinton Hodges, Roland Grumbling. Are any of you here?
Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, and Mayor, my name is Clinton Hodges, a 29-year resident of Anchorage, an Army veteran, own a home and work on the East Side. I am a Lutheran Buddhist in general practice and support the ordinance. My son is Alaska Native and joined the Guard while in his senior year at East. At the time, the Guard was transitioning over to new civil rights policies aimed at correcting systemic abusive discrimination toward Alaska Natives in recruitment and promotions. On 3 different occasions, he had orders for school in Arkansas, and each time, classes were canceled. Near the end of the first year, the Guard sent my son a letter stating that he would be discharged for non-fulfillment of enlistment commitment. I contacted then Senator Frank Murkowski's office regarding the Guard's letter. In a subsequent investigation, it was discovered that on each of the 3 occasions, there was 1 or more seats vacant in each of the classes. To remedy the situation, at an additional cost to the taxpayer, the Guard was directed to conduct the entire school in Anchorage. Discrimination was not mentioned in the final report. This is how discrimination works, and it doesn't release its grip easily. And when it does release its grip, it doesn't die. It just looks for another victim. The testimony presented here by the members of the gay community is heartfelt and truthful. It is time to show compassion and stop the suffering. Thus I stand with the supporters and the various Christian and other religious traditions testifying in support of this ordinance. In 1989, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, winner of the Nobel Peace Prize in a visit to the United States, spoke directly to the heartfelt concern of the people in our modern age. Everyone in our world is interrelated and interdependent. My own personal peace and happiness are my concern. I'm responsible for that, but the happiness and peace of the entire society is everyone's concern. Each of us has the individual responsibility to do what we are capable of to improve our world. In our century, compassion is a necessity, not a luxury. Humans are social animals and we must live together, whether we like it or not. If we lack kind hearts and compassion for each other, our very existence is threatened. Even if we're going to be selfish, we should be wisely selfish and understand that our personal survival and happiness depend on others. Therefore, kindness and compassion towards them are essential. Bees and ants have no religion, no education, no philosophy, yet they instinctively cooperate with each other. In doing so, they ensure the survival of their society and the happiness of each individual in it. Surely we humans, who are more intelligent and sophisticated, can do the same. Thus, we each have the individual responsibility to help each other in whatever way we can. However, we shouldn't expect to change the world instantly. And as long as we are not enlightened...
Thank you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chairman?
Wait a minute. You have questions.
Excuse me.
Could you wait a minute, Mr. Hodges?
I'm just curious how much left was on that to read.
Mr. Hodges, sir, Could you come back?
How much is left to read? Were you just finished?
A couple sentences.
Could you finish would you please let us know what the last 3 sentences say? Thank you.
As long as we are not enlightened, our actions to benefit others will be limited. Without inner peace, it is impossible to have world peace. Therefore, we must improve ourselves and at the same time do what we can to help others.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I urge support. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm Roland Grumbling, and I represent the Independent Baptist Church here in Anchorage. I'm a Korean and a Vietnam veteran, and my son just came back from Iraq after being wounded. And this whole ordinance ain't about equal rights, it's about special rights. And I'm against special rights. I'm an American Indian, and we are still fighting for my equal rights as American citizens. And I appreciate your comments, but I think that we're wasting our money, our time, your time on special events. This is not, again, about special events. We all have equal rights, and I'd be willing to die for my country and my flag. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, sir. Please come forward.
Madam Chair, before I state my name for the record and begin my 3 minutes, may I ask you a question?
If it's procedural.
I don't know what procedure is. My question is that yesterday, publicly you stated that people would have the opportunity to speak, that public comment would be extinguished before any vote. And today you're saying that you're going to plow through the list to the end of it, and you're not offering any comment about what's going to happen to those that have been unable to make it and unable to sign up to this point.
All right, I'll speak to that one more time. There have been 2 full evenings where people could get on this list. At this point, we have at least 3 days of public testimony before us. I think there has been a good faith effort to listen to the community, and we have to plow through this list in respect for the people who have already waited 10 and 12 hours to speak to us. It does nothing to add more names on a piece of paper when we can't address these. So my ruling is, tonight, I am not going to make this list longer. We'll get through this, and then we'll figure out what we're doing.
Thank you.
All right. Now,
So
we'll start your time.
there might be the possibility later to extinguish public comment,
sir,
as you said yesterday.
At this point, your public testimony has started, so go ahead.
All right. Fellow Anchorage residents, Rich Elam, 39-year resident. Fellow Anchorage residents and assembly members, over the last several days I have heard and read a lot about fear, hate, civil rights, tolerance, and equality as the debate over this ordinance has proceeded. I have stood and quietly observed much outside these doors, the most appalling of which is the deliberate and manipulative efforts to instigate physical and verbal altercation for the promotion of this agenda to a liberal press and media. There are more rational and sensible heads on both sides of this issue, and it is to you whom I direct my comments. I stand today for my children. I wish my father had stood for me in the 60s and the 70s. At great financial expense and sacrifice, I am forced to privately educate my children. Given the public school system's propensity for diversity education in regards to this unacceptable lifestyle, it is in my opinion that it is no longer fit for the young, innocent, and impressionable minds of children. It is crystal clear in Leviticus 18:22 that this is not a lifestyle God condones, and it is in fact detestable. I can hear the comments now. That was under the law. We are in the church age now. We are under grace, so what is the big deal? Well, I have just 2 of many passages from the New Testament for you also. How about Romans 1:27, where homosexuality is described as shameful and deserving of punishment, or 1 Corinthians 6:9, where God has said homosexuals, among others, will not enter heaven's gates. To get even a little hint of any other meaning out of these passages would require such linguistic gymnastics that it could not be an unintentional deception propagated on the unsuspecting by those foolish enough to promote an alternate meaning. I wonder how many would be alive today if they had simply listened to the truth and avoided the unhealthy pitfalls of a life we are instructed in the Bible to avoid. The moral fabric of our society is the unseen veil that shields us from unacceptable societal behaviors. Seldom does one singular event cause this fabric of morality to tear. As with any other fabric, the way it is torn is one thread at a time. I see this ordinance proposal to be another in a long line of many assaults against the traditional and morally correct, God-ordained inborn moral fiber of humanity. Without this moral fiber, society would be in total chaos. Like most of you here in these chambers, I do not care to dictate what goes on in the privacy of one's own home. That applies across the board, both heterosexual and homosexual behavior. My objections to this ordinance rise from the slow and deliberate effort to break these threads of morality quietly, one thread at a time, so as to go unnoticed in effort to achieve a more far-reaching goal. In this case, I believe that goal to be special acknowledgement, rights, and privileges for a small group of people to the detriment of the greater majority of us. For at least the last decade, the homosexual agenda and lifestyle has been literally crammed down our throats by every media and political outlet imaginable and has grown deep roots in our educational system. There are no civil rights or equality barriers to those who choose the lifestyle of homosexuality. They are perfectly within their legal rights to choose that lifestyle and are protected by anti-discrimination laws already on the books within our nation and municipality. Do we really need another? Perhaps we should more closely examine the civil right of free speech for those that dare to publicly speak out against this ordinance.
Thank you,
It is
sir.
well known and experienced.
Thank you very much.
That's it? Wouldn't like to hear any more?
No question.
No?
Madam Chair.
Yeah, yes, actually, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I have the same question.
Hold on just a moment.
I have the same question. Do you have very much left, or can you sum up? Can we give you an opportunity to do that? Thank you. No, did you want to add some more?
I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I am going to really request you to not call out comments, please. I've requested that every single meeting during this hearing. It's difficult for many people to come forth and give public testimony. Not everybody is as forceful as our last speaker. And I ask you to respect that. When you yell out, it heightens the emotional climate in the room, and I'm pleading with you to not do that. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to call Rebecca, I think it's DeHad or DeHart, Jennifer Krolap, and number 207, Race Brunton, Jason Rampton, and Leo Boreas. Are any of you here, please? I'm sorry? All right, that was 205 through 209.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Coffey?
Thank you. Perhaps it might be wise to make the same announcement about second call that you did last night so people understand.
All right, I've had a number of people talk to me objecting to the fact that this meeting started at 4. They have told me that they have to work, and as such, they're precluded from testimony. I announced at the last meeting that I would call you again if your name was missed the first time. Because this meeting is starting an hour early, I will let at least an hour pass before I call your name again. You have 2 opportunities here to be called forth. So if I call and you're not here, the name will be called once more later on in the evening. So please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Race Brunton, and I come before you today as an implacable opponent of this amendment because I feel that it violates the principles which the laws of this nation are meant to uphold. We have anti-discrimination laws first and foremost for the purpose of protecting individuals from discrimination on the basis of factors beyond their control, such as sex and race. When we judge people on the basis of these incidental and accidental factors, we judge them without knowing anything about them as people. We prejudge them, and this is the root of prejudice. When, however, we judge people on the basis of their actions, we do not prejudge them. We simply judge them. This may be objectionable, this may even be unchristian, but it is the right of every free citizen of our municipality to judge others on the basis of their actions and to adjust their behavior toward those people, to choose to associate or not with those people on the basis of that judgment. If the amendment before you were proposed simply as pertaining to publicly operated enterprises, it would be one matter, but as applied to private individuals in dispensing of their property and conducting their private affairs, it is tyrannical. There have been some who have come before you to say that homosexuality is not a choice. I understand the arguments which these individuals make. However, they are far-ranging and can be applied easily to other criteria. Most of these individuals have suggested that religion is a choice, ergo homosexuality ought to be put on the same footing. But I could present to you, if I had time today, a fine argument supported by authorities no less than Cicero and Calvin that religion is not a choice, that men are born with principles engraved upon their hearts, and that their outward choice of a religion is simply a search for a doctrine which supports beliefs which they already hold. We are not a society given to determinism, and it is our custom to view an individual's behavior as indicative of their choices. Given this, the burden of proof must lie heavily on those who claim homosexuality is in fact not a choice. Others will object that some categories of choice, such as marriage, are already included. I disagree with their inclusion, but I understand why they're in the law as it stands. The society believes that these choices are beneficial and so seeks to protect these individuals from the natural and necessary consequences of their actions. It may be true that homosexuality is not harmful to our society, but it is not beneficial either. And I see no compelling state interest in limiting the freedom of private citizens in conducting their affairs and in their associations in order to protect these individuals from the natural and necessary consequences of their actions. Thank you.
You have questions, sir. Mr. Coffey?
No, I'm in from last time.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Selkirk?
I thank you for your articulate expression of your views. It's interesting that you explained a possibility that faith or religion is not a choice, that people are born with it and then actually they manifest it through their religion of choice after they get here. Well, so I'm wondering, but there's this argument that for gays and lesbian people, there's no genetic indicator. There's no genetic indicator for religion. I mean, it's a discovery that we come to through life. So I'm wondering why your argument wouldn't also apply to the experience of being gay or a lesbian. In other words, that you could be born with it and manifest it in the same way you described the discovery of religion. I mean, not that they are the same thing, but the argument you set up seems to almost build a rationale for the possibility that people are in fact born and then discover.
And I leave that possibility open insofar as I believe that to this point no serious scientific evidence has been presented conclusively in either direction. I simply wanted to establish the principle that as a custom we view religion as a choice ordinarily because it is a manifestation of behavior, which is not obviously coerced, and that therefore from a public policy standpoint it only makes sense to view homosexuality also as a choice for the purpose of our deliberations.
Unless your assumption about religion people being born with a religion or a spiritual sense is in fact true, and then therefore perhaps people are born with a destination in terms of their own sexual identity. Anyhow, it's an interesting argument. Thank
Perhaps, but alas, we cannot know.
Now you have several questions, so don't leave. All right, Mr. Gutierrez is first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You make a very eloquent and reasoned argument, and I appreciate that. I'm struggling with this whole idea of choice because there are things that are strictly a matter of choice that are covered currently under our equal rights protection, and you did address that. Marital status. It's entirely my choice whether I choose to get married. Nobody forced me. I wasn't born to be married. I don't know if my wife would argue that or not. But where's the line? Where's the line between choices that it is acceptable to discriminate against and choices that it is not acceptable to discriminate against?
In my opinion, personally, I would support the removal, in fact, of the categories of choice that are currently present in the law, such as marital status, from it. I believe that the purpose of these laws, the spirit of these laws, pertains really only to factors beyond individual control, such as sex and race.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's
Mr. Coffey?
What is missing from your argument relative to the comparison between religion, between religion and sexual orientation is the constitutional protections afforded to the freedom of religion, which mandates, be it behavior, be it ingrained, be it born into us, that creates it in the first place due to the Constitution, does it not? And so whether it's behavior or not is, at this juncture, not relevant.
As that pertains to religion, I'm not personally enough of a constitutional lawyer to parse that. My understanding is that at least the federal Constitution, to leave aside the state Constitution, has clauses which prevent the establishment of a state religion. But I do not personally understand that it goes beyond that in preventing legislation relating to religious choice.
Oh, it does. Because the very regulating of choice establishes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before you speak, sir, Leah Boreas, Ansley Gwynn, Christy Mahan, Sharon Cisna, and Teresa Sweeto. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair, Assembly members, Mayor Clayman, I'm grateful to be before you today and my citizens, friends here from Anchorage. My name is Jason Rampton. I'm a dentist. I live in Eagle River. I'm a retired military officer. I've been in practice for about 30 years now. I've been in practice here in Eagle River for about 8 years. I have gay relatives who I love dearly. I have had a gay dental assistant before who was very proficient. I have many gay patients who are very good friends of mine. And I am against Ordinance 64. Since last week, since the testimony that was given, I went home to my practice in dentistry and I decided I wanted to see what my patients felt on this. It presents some very particular business problems for my practice. So I devised a little one-question survey that I presented to all of my patients during the past week. Just a one-question, multiple-choice answer question. It was given to heads of households. It wasn't given to children. It wasn't given to teenagers, but to heads of household. The question was this: how would an openly gay employee in a medical or dental office affect your patronage? The answers were no effect, I would not return, or other response, and they could write out what their other response would be. Now, the results of this, I received, these were handed out by my staff members. I received about 56 responses back from patients. And it was pretty evenly divided. 28 responses came back that said that they would not return to my practice if I had an openly gay individual employed in the practice. 15 of them said there was no effect, and 13 of them had other responses that were interesting. I'll leave you the survey so that you can read the responses that they gave. My question is, if half of my patients are not going to return to my practice if I have an openly gay employee, that is going to be a very financially detrimental problem for my practice to recover from. That's half of them. I'd like to read you a couple of responses, things that were written.
Dr. Selkirk.
Would you please proceed with a couple of responses, not all of them, but maybe pick up three or four?
It would affect whether I bring in my children. I would not bring my family into an environment that would go against my core family values. That's one. Another one. I don't believe I would want gay folks with their fingers in my mouth. That's another. I feel this type of this type of opening about such a private matter is imposing on my personal beliefs and is discriminating towards me, i.e. reverse discrimination. This is a patient speaking. Do you want one more?
Yes, and then thank you.
It is difficult to say I would not return because Dr. Rampton has treated me, my children, and some of my grandchildren. However, knowing Dr. Rampton and his staff, I totally trust and have confidence in them. If he were forced or required to employ an openly gay person, I would not continue my business relationship with him. I believe that offices who do not have openly gay people would be treated with preference.
Thank you.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize if you already stated it. How many people do you employ at your practice?
I have 9 people currently.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
And Dr. Rampton, I want to thank you for the ongoing email conversation we've had.
Thank
and
you.
your thoughtful responses.
I
Thank you.
appreciate your help too, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Chris Mann, and I've lived in Anchorage for 32 years. We've heard a lot of testimony arguing that sexual orientation is a matter of choice, not a matter of the genes we inherit. As a scientist and former professor who taught genetics at the University of Alaska for 22 years, I can assure you that sexual orientation, like so many other human traits, is determined both by genes and by environment. Twin studies comparing expression of a trait in identical versus non-identical twins are used to determine the relative effects of genes versus environment on a particular trait. Identical twins come from one fertilized egg that splits into 2, and so they are genetically identical. Non-identical twins come from 2 different fertilized eggs and are no more similar genetically than a brother-sister or 2 sisters from the same parents. Since the twins have been raised in the same environment, you can conclude that genes make a difference if the same trait occurs more often in sets of identical twins than of non-identical twins. If coincidence does not occur 100% of the time in sets of identical twins, then environment also plays a role. For example, in a study on epilepsy, identical twins were concordant, meaning both had epilepsy, 67% of the time, while non-identical twins were concordant only 17% of the time. In a different study on homosexual orientation, identical twins were concordant, meaning both were homosexual, 66% of the time, while non-identical twins were concordant only 30% of the time. The conclusion from these studies is that genes play a significant role in the expression of epilepsy as well as in the expression of homosexuality. Our genetic makeup is not a matter of choice. No one chooses to be epileptic, and similarly, no one chooses his or her sexual orientation. Discrimination against a person because of sexual orientation is the same as racial discrimination, gender discrimination, or any other type of discrimination that shames us in our country. I would have hoped that as an educated society, discrimination would be a relic of our past by now. I urge you, as members of the Assembly, to approve the proposed amendments to the Municipal Code on equal rights and to protect those individuals from discrimination who are being discriminated against, as we see in the last 3 days of testimony, based on differences in sexual orientation. Thank you.
You do have a question, Dr. Stoker?
I'm just wondering if you could make that information available to us. And can we get a copy of?
I have it right
Okay,
here.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
My name is Christy Mine, M-E-Y-N, and I am here on behalf of Lindsay Mine. I would like to thank the Assembly members and Acting Mayor for taking this issue seriously and for listening to the hundreds of speakers here over the past week. As I am for the proposed revisions to the non-discrimination ordinance, I had seriously considered not contributing my 3 minutes worth of opinion on the subject. I had heard rumors that those against the revisions were attempting to prolong the public testimony until Dan Sullivan becomes mayor, in the hopes that he would be more likely to veto the revisions. I do not know if there is any truth to this, but what is important is that the rumor almost prevented me from having my thoughts heard here. I would like you to give the effect of this rumor serious consideration when noting how many speak in favor of the revisions. There are a few points surrounding this controversy that I would like to highlight. First, the current non-discrimination ordinance prevents people from discriminating on the basis of religion and marital status. Undoubtedly, there are those who feel the issues of religion and marital status to be of religious significance to them. A Christian would very possibly consider living as a Muslim to be a religious transgression, or they might find living as an unwed couple with their partner to be morally problematic. They are perfectly free to feel this way and to avoid living these lifestyles, but what they are not free to do is to refuse housing or employment to someone else simply for living such a lifestyle. I fail to see how prohibiting discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation is significantly different from prohibiting discrimination on the basis of religion or marital status. Secondly, the homosexual community should absolutely not have to prove that discrimination exists. The point has been made many times already, but bears repeating, that there is opposition to the proposed revisions, that there are those who feel so passionately about being legally free to discriminate on the basis of sexual orientation that they are willing to endure the nerve-wracking process of publicly testifying, is demonstration enough that this is a relevant issue in Anchorage right now. The point has also been made that it is nearly impossible to document such discrimination so long as it is legal. And the point has been made that this is a very sensitive issue for some, and the very sensitivity of the issue tends to prevent individuals from coming forward and speaking about or reporting discrimination. Finally, many speakers have provided well-documented evidence, despite all of the factors against this evidence being collected, that discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation is a very real problem in Anchorage. I am curious, how many instances of such discrimination is unacceptable? Finally, the proposed revisions do not somehow provide homosexuals with special protections. Rather, as has been pointed out already by other speakers, they protect everyone, including heterosexuals, from discrimination on the basis of sexual orientation. Anchorage needs to include sexual orientation in its non-discrimination ordinance. It infringes no more. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Could you say it again?
Christy Mine, M-E-Y-N.
All right. I thought the previous speaker was Christy Mine.
Oh.
Chris Van Colberg? All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nora Fuller, and I live on the east side.
Just a minute. Fuller?
Fuller. I believe my number was 186.
Madam Chair, this is the person I told you about.
I'm just looking for the name.
Okay.
Second. Go ahead.
Okay, I normally wouldn't speak in this type of venue, but I feel like my rights are now at risk. Here's just another thought for you all to ponder on. My husband served in the Navy for 22 years, so we moved our family around every so many years. I was the one that had to go out into the workforce and find yet another job with every duty station as we moved. I've worked in many different jobs over the last 25 years and knew that I had to keep myself current with the latest and greatest of technology and just office skills, in my field to be marketable. I've done that. And now the economy the way it is and the jobs dissolving, some without even much warning. The stability just isn't there for us. I'm 47 years old, and if I needed to go out once again and find a job, I know that my employers cannot discriminate because of age, but we know that my chances as a 47-year-old doesn't stack up as well against someone that's maybe 10 years younger than me with maybe even less experience. That's just the way it is. I would really have to shine my skills up and really hone them in. If you were to pass this type of an ordinance, you put yet one more stumbling block in front of me. I wouldn't have to worry about feeling the pressure going up against a man, sorry guys, or a younger employee, or even a race quota, because you would be putting a brand new obstacle into the mix. I'm not even sure how you'd go about putting it on the application. But there again, if it were down to me at my age, or one of your special rights people, an employer would feel pressured into hiring them, not wanting to deal with that possibility of a lawsuit. What about my rights? Please consider what this ordinance could and will do if it's passed. Remember, I think we're all about the same age. You could find yourself out there without a job and out on the street next to me with your very own stumbling block that you're trying to put before me. I think most of us really are about the same age. Shouldn't we all be worried about all of our rights?
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I'd like to call Tony Knowles, Richard Braun, Ruth Brooks, and Kevin Pendergast, and Richard Foster. Hello.
Sharon Cisna is my name, and I've lived in Anchorage most of the last 42 years, and in that time have known hundreds and hundreds of people, actually, as a student, as a mother, as a volunteer worker, sort of throughout the community. I've been pretty much out there. And I've known many, many people who've been discriminated against. That is something that I have seen. I know that it's present in our community, and it's not just people and sexual orientation. There's race, there's religion. I've known people who've gone through discrimination with that. There's just, as a matter of fact, social, I suppose you could say political, a lot of political discrimination that actually occurs in our society. And because of that, I'm an extraordinarily strong supporter of an ordinance that actually probably does need to have some work, and I know that you're all looking at ways to fine-tune any piece of legislation that you put through. And one that actually had a very strong thought of the equality of our people and ways to safeguard while also protecting against the poor social behaviors that we have seen more and more of. I have a lot of fear for my community here, and that's a fear that's grown through actually steadily, but it keeps growing in the level of fear. And I hear it more and more in the people that I talk with. It's in the newspapers. It's in the stories we hear about. My husband and I did ride along, each of us, with a policeman last year, and we were really shocked that so much effort by the police department is really tied up in something really horrifying that we're not talking about right now, and it's domestic violence. We're number one in the nation in domestic violence. We're number one in suicide. We're number one in binge drinking. We're number one in huge numbers of things that are preventable. The energy that exists right here that I've watched in the last several days over this period of time, the amount of energy that is, let's turn it into real health.
You do have questions. Dr. Selkirk?
We represent a similar part of town, and I share those concerns, and I'm glad that you've raised them because we are at a crisis level in terms of suicide and domestic violence, and also our kids are in trouble. So it is, I think, the hope not of only me, but I think of this body, that we come out of this process as one community that can work together to deal with those critical issues. And so I appreciate very much that you've raised them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question, Mr. Gutierrez?
Yes, ma'am. Representative Cisna, I've had the pleasure of knowing you for more than a decade now and appreciate your service. I know that you are deeply concerned with matters of health care and public health, and we heard a speaker last night couch this in terms of being a public health issue. Would you agree? Would that be your assessment as well?
Do you mean that this issue of discrimination, of this specific
stopping
population?
discrimination in this area is also a matter of public health?
I would say that one of the ways we could look at it is public mental health.
Mm-hmm. And I believe that was the speaker's position last night.
I believe that we need to be looking out for each other and finding ways to help each other live longer, happier, and working more together. Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jeremiah Bams, this is number 220. William Free, Stephen Hetter, Robert Stooksbury, Jim Lamson, and Randy Belfus. Go ahead, sir.
217, is that? I got a procedural question. Could you
17?
reset your clock?
Well,
just a
maybe.
short one. Very short. Very
What?
short. Is the purpose of a 4 o'clock start time during a work week to shorten the list
The purpose
or
of
to encourage people to come?
the 4 o'clock was to try to get more people through the list. Yes, sir. Now, go ahead. Start the time. Go ahead.
Tony Knowles isn't here, so I'm Richard Braun. I'm one of your worst fears. I was bused here, or at least I would have been if some twit hadn't kept changing the bus schedules and around, so I drove. Voters, those that can hear me, please vote. These meetings show it matters very much. Cost of this ordinance, unknown. Cost of a temporary mayor, turmoil and 3 paid vacations. Having votes to ram through anything you want, priceless. Trails are regulated for different uses. Businesses are charged differently for same services. Nonprofits provide services differently. Buildings are zoned differently. Railroads have different tariffs and treat freight differently. People are different. This is a one-size-fits-all ordinance, and it'll be unique if it works. And obviously, I don't think it will. 3 rewrites in 3 meetings shows that you can't get it together yet. The twisted version that came out as S1 just isn't any better than what you had before. The whole barnyard of Anchorage, I think, is going to wake up and see the rule that all animals are equal. Now says all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. Why are we creating more special protected classes? And when this will be like the bicycle helmet law, a feel-good thing done to satisfy somebody that the police are just too busy to even enforce. Is this going to be the same? I read in the press the 10, 12 rapes per week in this town, and I never see a thing about what's being done about it, where it's being solved, who's being tried. Do the police even investigate? This ordinance is a shotgun blast to try to kill a fly, essentially. Maybe even an imaginary fly, a self-created one. Why is there such a rush to rush through the list, rush through the vote? We're going to do a vote come hell or high water, I guess, this month. Why? If this is such a serious issue, why hasn't it gone through the normal process of growing up through community councils, through commissions, the Equal Rights Group, and brought to the Assembly to be handled eventually after it's been hashed out? I can show discrimination I've had, and I can give you about a 5-second demo at the end of this if you'd like to see. Your ploy to use the military was shameful. Shame on you guys. This is a freedom issue, and the Constitution guarantees freedom of worship, freedom of association, and you're trying to take it away. I owe you an apology in advance.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kendall, I didn't call your name, sir.
Well, you're absolutely correct, Madam Chairman. You
So
called.
you'll have to wait for the other people who are on
Well,
the list.
if you'll wait just a second, I'll explain that to you.
No, sir.
Somebody put my name down as William Free by mistake. I am known as Will Free. Unless there's another William Free, then I beg apologies from my fellow community.
Hold on a minute. Mr. Kendall, we know you very well, and if your name is not Mr. Kendall, then for the past 2 years we've been laboring under a misapprehension.
Well, if you knew me real well, you know that I prepared to run for the U.S. Senate under the name Will Free, which the Attorney General's office ascribed to me as an appropriate middle name, which your city clerk did not, and the city clerk knows denied me.
I've just been told that you did sign up under the name William Free, so please speak,
Yes,
sir.
why would I come here under false pretenses?
I don't know, sir. Please speak, sir.
Okay. Well, first I have a point of inquiry, Ms. Ostrander. Can you explain to me what invidious means? I don't know what that means. I'd like to know what that word means and who introduced it. On line 11 of A under 5.10.10.101, you have a policy. Finds that invidious discriminate. I have no idea what that means. I'd like to know what the meaning is legally and who introduced the word. It's a point of inquiry. Not on my time. I certainly hope you're not running my time.
I am, sir. Yes.
Why would you do that?
Because this is your time to speak.
It's a point of inquiry. You just gave other people points of inquiry, didn't you? Are you denying me that? The hell? This is shameful. This is shameful. And you men who are allowing this to happen, shame on you. Damn well shame on you. It's my opinion, let me get to the subject here, it is my opinion that Mr. Flynn introduced this on behalf of the school district, which for some time now have been engaged in perverse and unauthorized freewheeling social reengineering and gender bending of our children's sexual identities and socially acceptable normal sexual roles and values. And in addition to that, the school district has implemented and exercised certain subtle policies and practices that look to emasculate, gender neutralize, and minimize young men, males, their inherent historical, moral, religious, and other traditional roles as authorities, guardians, and stewards of our families and communities in our society. It appears on its face that the Anchorage School District Administration has in some twisted, morally maimed, and gender superiority-based rationale been attempting to disconnect the female from her paternal role and obligational relationship to the male. The school district's administration has accomplished this by the means of certain morally corrupted politicians, allowing them to seize our children's school district's funding and facilities to create a giant closed tribe colony and hive-like alternative diminished male and near fatherless children rearing society of its own. And in addition to that, we have found them to be unaccountable to the general public due to the financing of a large and complex double talk and political voting bloc engineered and well-honed for some time now, which is now politically ambushing and seizing, if not outright stealing, our $400 million of our oil money. $400 million, if that weren't enough, $200 million of our tax money, of which we would build and construct our communities of accommodation. They continue to take this money and redistribute it, which I think is now reaching nearly $1 billion in totality, 2 to 3 times the city of a 324,000 population. And you, ladies and gentlemen, are enabling that. Shame. It is a shameful moment for most of us. Now, I have several things to mention here because you started my time on you in an unfairly manner, Mr. Chairman, and it is just only for certain facts that in my rearing as a male I am taught to hold some mannerisms. People like me don't worry about guns, Ms. Ostrander. Those don't intimidate people like me.
Thank you, sir. You do have a question. Mr. Gutierrez.
No, Madam Chair, I don't have a question. Just in response to Mr. Kendall's request, Merriam-Webster Online Dictionary defines invidious.
I don't want to know that name. If you can't give me common courtesy, don't play.
Of an unpleasant or objectionable nature.
Okay. Thank you. Please come forward.
Obnoxious is a synonym.
Might be a hard act to follow. My name is Bob Stooksbury, and I'm here in opposition to this ordinance. I've been in East Anchorage. I was there for about 14 years, but Mr. Gutierrez wouldn't change his stance on this, so now I live on the far south side, so hope I don't have to move again. But as a business owner, I am definitely in opposition to this because it only takes one lawsuit, even if I win, to put me out of business. If I build a fence next to Miss Ostrander's house, and she says, I think you're on my property line. Oh, no, I had it surveyed twice. and she takes me to court, it's a little over $30,000 out of my pocket to win. The small businesses in this area can't afford this. And it's going to be a heyday for attorneys because it's very poorly written. It was written in haste. And the word perceived, and that goes a long way. What is that? Can any of you answer what perceived discrimination is? I doubt it. So the courts will. And finally, I'm not sure why we're so insistent on driving a wedge through the heart of a city to address a problem that doesn't exist. It's not been documented. We've heard cases from Texas and Louisiana and one in Africa, but not one that can be verified here in town. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come forward.
Hello, my name is Randy Balfus, and I want to thank the Assembly for allowing us to testify. And my first thoughts on this are, why are we here to discuss this, and is there a real problem? Anchorage is a pretty tolerant city. It's pretty much live and let live, but people don't want this shoved down their throats. The poorly conceived ordinance is an attempt to push an agenda by a small minority. Why were the veterans, military put in, and then taken back out again right away? Most of the vets I talked to are glad they're taken out. They don't want nothing to do with these people. So, also, what happened to the Navy, or don't they count? They never got in the first place. And why is the government trying to give special rights to a small group of people at the expense of taking away the rights of the majority? And if you don't think our rights will be taken away, just wait until the lawsuits and the court cases start. You're looking at the world through rose-colored glasses if you don't think it's going to affect people. And as the last speaker just said, it'll bankrupt a lot of people. ACLU lawyers will have a field day with this, and the end result is to waste a lot of time, cost a lot of money, and whether it's through lawsuits on businesses or individuals or cases involving local government, the end result is I'm going to be the one going to pay it either in taxes or attorney fees. Concerning some of the so-called exemptions, it should not matter whether you have a 4-plex or a 40-plex. The private owner should determine what he wants to allow. And the same thing goes for whether you got 3 employees or 300 employees. If transgender and cross-dressers don't fit in with your business, you should have the right to decide, not the government. And if somebody rents an apartment and puts up a sign that no pets, and I got a pet, I go elsewhere. Same goes for smoking or non-smoking. So we do discriminate. And I wonder why the city wants to promote a lifestyle that is medically very risky. Studies have shown that health care for homosexuals runs about 17% more than for heterosexuals. People who contract HIV/AIDS have a drug cost of approximately $12,000 to $20,000 a year. Suicide rates tend to be higher, and lifespans are shorter, especially among male homosexuals. The taxpayer is going to end up paying for this, either through higher premiums or local taxes. This ordinance is a step to keep chipping away at the conventional family, a man, a woman, and children, which is a basic building block of society. Homosexuality is not an acceptable alternate lifestyle. I'm just an old farm boy, but I know that you got to have one of each sex or you're going to be out of business shortly. The gay community grows by recruitment. Because why do you think that there's such a push by the gays and the lesbians to have clubs in school? Except to convince teenage kids at a time when they aren't exactly sure where they stand.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're now at number 227. I'm now at number 227. Michael Flat, I think it's Flanagan, Barry Hildebrand, Catherine Zelenak, Mike Zelenak, Diane Benson, Kelly Walters, Bruce Clark, and Jody Norby. All those names can speak now. Please come forward. Yes. Thank you.
I honestly was hoping that somebody else was behind me or in front of me. My name is Bruce Clark. I'm a resident of Eagle River. I'm appreciative of the opportunity to go ahead and address you today. I would ask that you vote no on Ordinance 64. Mr. Gutierrez, I hope that you'll ask me a question that you asked some others at the end of this if I don't get a chance to say everything I want to say, but I think it'll be obvious in the end, hopefully. My testimony may not be too exciting. I'm trying not to repeat some of the same concerns that have been expressed, but I wholeheartedly do agree with. There is a burden of proof paradox that I would like to reflect on in a story that I'd like to share with you tonight. I'm an insurance agent and have run a small office for approximately 24 years. During my first year, a businesswoman I'll call Jane worked for me. She appeared to be a great hire. To abbreviate this story a bit, Jane stole money from my office. After accumulating quite a bit of evidence, I called the Anchorage police. They took my complaint but did not carry out an extensive investigation because of a small amount of the loss, which is about $3,000. I had to pay for the loss out of my pocket, which is when I could least afford it at that time. In a criminal case, Jane would have been presumed innocent until proven guilty, and the burden of proof would have been placed upon the government organization making the charge of prosecuting her case. After compiling the evidence that indicated that Jane stole the money, I had an attorney send her a letter with a description of the evidence and asked her if she would pay me back over time. Shortly after my attorney sent the letter, I began receiving large envelopes in the mail from the federal, state, and municipal government agencies. I was charged with discrimination. The plaintiff was Jane, and I was sick. When I sat down with a representative from the Anchorage Municipal Equal Rights Commission and the charges were laid out, I asked if the investigator was interested in all what Jane's motives might be in bringing these charges against me. He wasn't. And here's the rub, Dr. Salcraig. In this case, the only evidence of possible wrongdoing was her word only. Whereas in a criminal case, I would have liked to have brought against her, I had to have hard evidence of her wrongdoing, the wrongdoing on her part. I had to meet a number of times with my records in hand to demonstrate that I was innocent. In other words, the burden of proof of my innocence was placed on me. I did not enjoy the presumption of innocence until proven guilty that she would have enjoyed in a criminal case if it had ever been brought against her. I was exonerated after some effort on my part. Soon afterwards, I received a mystery call from an individual who instructed me to look up 3 criminal cases that were brought against Jane. She was convicted of 2 of the 3, and apparently she used the Equal Rights Commission as a tool against her past employers as a smokescreen for her wrongdoing. Though this story is illustrative of an abuse of the Equal Rights Commission by a female employee of a male employer, I see only a worsening of the situation by adding one of these amendments that you're proposing. This amendment to Ordinance 64 simply opens the opportunity for greater abuse by a larger number of people. Now, Mr. Gutierrez, I don't know if I'll be able to finish this, but you've asked if we would not have. There it is. I knew it was going to be out. Do I have your question at all? Or?
He's following through. He's got the question.
Okay.
First of all, I'm curious because I served on the Equal Rights Commission for 2 years, and the great majority of the cases that commission sees get dismissed because of lack of evidence. So your statements are fairly curious to me. I don't know what question it is you were expecting me to ask, but I will give you leeway to briefly sum up.
First of all, there really was no evidence, I want you to know, in this case here. It's just her word only, and she even said that I gave a clothing allowance to a male employee, which I gave him 2 pairs of Nordstrom pants that I had that were really nice because I had worked out in the gym and gained quite a bit of weight, and on purpose, and which I'm now trying to lose. But anyway, what the question you sometimes asked, whether or not if I don't want to extend these rights to people based upon sexual orientation, whether I necessarily would extend to others either. And to tell you the truth, I just want to mention that I have 5 children, 12 grandchildren, 2 on the way, 3 are of Haitian descent, 1 is of Mexican-American descent. I have a niece on my side of the family that's gay, and a niece on my side of the family is too. We love them all. But no, I wouldn't. I think that in this day and age, I think that I would permit, I wouldn't extend these rights to gay and lesbians any more than I would to, I suppose, I'm stumbling here.
So what you're trying to tell me is you'd like to keep things right where they are, not extend them, not roll them back.
Exactly right. I would, yes. Thank you very much. Mess it up. I knew I was going to do it. I went over this thing over again, but.
I do have one more question for you, and I ask because we're still working on compromises. How many employees do you have?
I only have 4.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next, I'd like to call, I'm starting with 235 now. Jacqueline Braden, I think it's Jediah Williams, Mary Lefevre, Yinshi Lerman-Tan, Nancy Porto, and Hope Mann. Please come forward. Oh, Diane, hi.
Hi,
Sorry.
I'm number 231.
Go ahead.
Diane Benson. In 1945, Alaska passed civil rights legislation, first of its kind, 20 years before the rest of the nation. Many of the same arguments that you heard were made in 1945 over racism. Some business owners and hotel operators felt their business rights were being denied by the bill, but they would somehow lose their liberty to choose who could be in their establishments. Had the bill not passed, it is likely that I would not be allowed in these chambers or in other establishments today. Back then, signs made clear their bias. No natives or dogs allowed, or whites only. Alaska has a legacy as a result of that bill, one that should make all Alaskans proud. We have that opportunity again with this ordinance. Alaska's anti-discrimination bill did not create the mayhem that those opposed claimed would ensue. Neighborhoods were not overrun by lawless natives. Lawyers claimed it would clog the courts with frivolous cases. It did not. Fear feeds hate. And in my life in Alaska, I have been at the blunt end of racial discrimination, denied service in restaurants, and sexually abused and brutalized at the hands of men who targeted young Native women. I wish the passion displayed here was also displayed to end sexual abuse. I know the face of hate. Hate is a thing that is learned, and when those in opposition claim that their truth is not hate, well, they fail to remember that the same justifications were used and are used to first dehumanize a population by labeling them with such things as dirty or somehow inferior, and then to segregate or marginalize that population. In this case, as we speak, gays and lesbians are being brutalized and even killed in Africa, in the Middle East, and yes, the U.S., and often with religious justifications. It starts with thinking that one group is somehow superior to another. The anti-discrimination bill in 1945 did not end discrimination. No law can. For as noted Tlingit civil rights leader Elizabeth Pratovich and president of the Christian-based Alaska Native Sisterhood, when asked if the bill would eliminate crime, responded, "No law will eliminate crime, but at least you as legislators can assert to the world that you recognize the evil of this present situation and speak your intent to overcome discrimination. You, as the Anchorage Assembly, have the opportunity to speak your intent through this ordinance. If we truly want a better, more civilized society, then we must make clear that discrimination of any kind will not be tolerated. In the name of humanity, I firmly urge passage."
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Anyone else on that list?
Thank you.
Please come forward.
My name is Jim Lamson, so I am late. I have a job. I appreciate very much the depth of discussion on this ordinance. I'm wearing a shirt that has both red and blue because I more clearly understand both perspectives. I grew up in the Appalachian foothills where gay and lesbians were viewed with disdain and intolerance. Undeniably, that affected me. I remember in college having a very good friend. When I found out he was gay, I abruptly ended the friendship. I did not understand it then, but my bias really blocked my openness to care and value for this friend. Over the years, I've been blessed with many friendships, including some with gays and lesbians. I didn't set out to overcome this bias, but as I grew, I found that I began to really value others that believed differently than I did. My overcoming this bias did not come because it was made illegal. It came because of friendships with those who had different opinions. My wife and I have been married for 30 years. Hallelujah. It's a miracle. We have a good marriage, but we don't always agree. The peace and unity in our marriage has not come because one was required by some law to submit to another. I'm not convinced that this ordinance will get rid of discrimination that comes from fear and hate and ignorance. It may actually have the opposite effect. But fear and hate and ignorance are not the only causes of discriminating regarding lifestyles. From what I've heard, a lot of resistance to this ordinance comes from concern rather than hate. 3 quick examples. First, I've heard some that read the Bible conclude that the Bible says homosexuals will go to hell. For those who believe this, they're compelled by love to resist a law that would lead to such an end for people. Second, I've heard that some read the Bible and conclude that a nation that promotes homosexuality will bring upon it the wrath of God. For those who believe this, they're compelled to resist the change that would have this effect on their nation. Third, I've heard that some read the Bible and believe that traditional family structure is God's plan for a stable society. They believe that promotion of non-traditional lifestyles will further erode this foundation, creating more societal problems, increasing more need for social programs, bigger government, and higher taxes. These perspectives are not based on hate or ignorance or fear, but on convictions and concern. From those whose objections are based on their faith, the Assembly needs to find a way to safeguard their First Amendment rights regarding religion. For those whose support is based on equal rights, the Assembly needs to find a way to honor the Constitution's purposes regarding justice, domestic tranquility, and the blessings of liberty. The stakes are high. The passions and arguments are strong. I'd encourage you not to be in a hurry just to pass a law. Thank you, and I can't believe I did that in 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, I actually have a question.
Mr. Lamb?
I'm not going to let you get away that easy, Jim. I've known you for a while, and I'm surprised you did it in 3 minutes, too. You laid out very clearly the dilemma before the Assembly in balancing those two sometimes mutually exclusive interests and competing interests. How do we do it? What's your suggestion how we balance those two interests?
Well, what I've seen in the versions, they seem to all be dancing around potential options, but I haven't seen anything that really does it yet, and which is my concern about rushing it. I still have hope that there is a way, but I have not, even in listening for 9 hours of testimony, I haven't heard an answer, a solution. Sorry. I wish I had it I could just hand out.
I was hoping you had. I'm not sure I've seen the answer.
Now, if it was about roads, I probably could, but this is a different path.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to comment, we all wish that he had it.
All right, hold on a minute. I guess that's everybody on the questions. Thank you. All right, I'm at 241. Nancy Winifred, Sarah Robinson, John Hoffman, Seth Anderson. And I was told, what was the number? 167 is here, so please come up. That's Mr. Huber? Yes. Go ahead.
My name is Randy Huber. I'm here to speak to you probably a little bit different than a lot of people. All these homosexuals sit there and say that they are victims. There's probably thousands of victims in Alaska alone, let alone Anchorage itself. There was a Bonfire Lounge that used to be a homosexual bar. I can state for a fact that they used to bring minors in there and have them dance in front of them, runaways, and they knew they could get groceries to eat. Okay? There's a lot of males that were abused by Tommy T-Bird. Okay? We also had a Superior Court judge in this town that had his whole career playing with young men. These things happen. People know they happen. These are facts that are swept under the carpet. They've sanitized the homosexuals for 30 years plus in the media and everywhere else. But there are a lot of men my age. I'm 53 years old. I grew up on the streets hard. I was at the party houses that the queers had when I was a kid. And that's what we called them when I was a kid. And this is very emotional because they would get kids drunk. They'd feed them drugs, whatever they could. And if a kid would pass out, they were fair game. And this is what the kind of lifestyle you guys are trying to legitimize. And I bet you most men don't tell. That's the big thing all you guys are missing. There's a lot of people like me. I can name a lot of names, I'll never do it, that I knew from childhood that were victims. And every one of you people that want to sanitize this and make it okay for these people to victimize kids, you've made it public. You've made the public sit there and say, oh, it's okay, shame on you, you're a bigot because you dislike it. I have actually had a friend, died of AIDS, that was an open homosexual, and he used to sit down at night and cry because he was a man that could not have a relationship. And I talked to him. I spent time with him. So I'm not a person that's bitter about it. I tried to sit there and explain to him that males are born males. We got a male ego. How can you take and be with another man? It can't happen and be happy. That's why they have hundreds and hundreds of different relationships. And everybody keeps telling us that we have to accept this lifestyle. And it's a choice. And it's a proven choice. There is nothing, nowhere, no scientific facts, unless they've been somebody that's fabricated it to prove this. But I really want you to think about the children right now. I got 3 kids, all under 18. I am scared to death of letting them out my door. I am so scared of them getting out on the street because I know that there was a Tommy T-Bird when I was a kid. There's a Tommy T-Bird today. And how are we going to stop this stuff? You guys are going to keep bringing it out in the forefront. You're going to have all these people sit there and say, I need rights. What about the rights of all the kids that have been abused already? What about the kids that are being abused right now?
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm now at 2:45. Bonnie DeArmond, Milt Wallen, Billy Gold, Joshua Tanner, and Pastor Patterson. Are any of you here? Please come forward.
Good. Good afternoon, evening. My name is Milt Wallen. I've been a resident in Anchorage for many, many years, since 1964. I departed the area in 1980 and came back, and I was appalled at the city having changed. There was this image I had in my mind of the city that I had, and it's changed, and I don't like it. So I'm here asking you to pass Proposition 64. Before you have several documents, and unfortunately I was going to tab them, but I came up here so fast. I think what we need to do is first clear the air. There's some definitions that need to be understood before we all move forward. The International Conference on Transgender Law and Employment Principles for the Standards of Care. They have several principles. Their first is transsexualism is an ancient and persistent part of the human experience, and it is not in itself a medical illness or a mental disorder. There's terms being bandied around: transsexual, transgender. These terms are interchangeable. However, those individuals who are transgender prefer to use that term. Transgender, a definition: an individual who identifies their gender opposite that of their biological sex. While sex being identified as a biological function of X and Y chromosomes, and gender being defined as a social construct of various and interplaying factors to include the individual's self-conceptualization as male or female. Although the previous definition of transgender separates sex and gender, recent research into the in utero development of individuals is indicating connections between particular hormonal surges, their intensity and length of occurrence, and in individuals that are transgender. There are also physical aspects being researched that apparently exist in greater propensity within transgendered people. Transvestic fetishism is an individual who derives sexual arousal through the fixated use of items, usually clothing, associated with the opposite gender. Clear differences between transgender and transvestic fetishism exists. We can clearly see now the differences, but these two misused and misunderstood definitions can and have created confusion. Restrooms. Much has been discussed about the use of public restrooms by transgendered people. It must be understood that just as a biological male or female would not want a transvestite in a restroom with them, neither would a transgender person.
Transgender people know themselves as a particular gender.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Okay. Please come forward.
Were there questions?
No, sir.
No? Okay.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Assembly, absent Acting Mayor. My name is Billy Gould. Bear with me, this is the first time for me. I was born and raised in this town. I live in Eagle River. I'm very disappointed in the direction that this Assembly and this administration has taken this town. This ordinance is an example of it. It's poorly written. It's leaving things open for the interpretation of the liberal court system and the benefit of attorneys, including the mayor. He's setting himself up. It's an attempt to protect one small class of people by taking the rights of others. We've already discussed that. We know that. It's government butting in where they shouldn't be. It's a sneaky backdoor politic approach. If this is such a big issue and everybody is concerned about it, let's let the elected administration deal with it. This is not right. You're confusing the issue with the alternate lifestyle stuff, and that's not what it's about. It's about rights, and we were given rights. We all have equal rights, and you're wasting Assembly time and taxpayers' money. There's more important things we need to worry about. We got schools that you can't fix, no matter how much money you throw at it. You got homeless problems in town. You got people dying in the creek bed. You got a budget. I mean, you don't even have a budget. Your budget's all messed up. Legacies are going to be determined by this vote and what happened last fall with the contract negotiation. And the next vote that comes up, we're going to remember that. I mean, you got to listen like what that gentleman was just talking about a little while ago. You got to reach out and feel the pulse of the city, not the squeaky wheel that's jumping around. I mean, I'm not saying there isn't a problem. And I have nothing against that alternate lifestyle. Just don't push it on my family. I mean, you guys are like a kid in a candy store that just found a $100 bill on the sidewalk and his parents aren't around. And you're spending money like it's going crazy. I mean, we got other issues. And I apologize if I offend any kids that I'm comparing to you. I mean, that's bull. I mean, a perfect example of this lifestyle thing is my daughter, first grade, brings home a book, and we're reading it to her. And it's about her uncle who's passing away. Wow, you know, this might be a good thing. He's dying of AIDS. I had to explain to my 5-year-old what AIDS was. She's so innocent. I don't need to contaminate her with a cesspool of life at 5. I'm sure glad she didn't ask me about her friend or his friend Nathan that looked like he was dying of the same disease. I mean, what do you say to a 5-year-old kid? I mean, give me a break. I just, you know.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chairman, to the dais in its entirety. My name is Alonzo Patterson. I'm a local pastor here, city of Anchorage, and I've been before you a number of times. I'm here because I'm deeply concerned about the issue, and I'd like to lift a couple things. First of all, I've heard the indictment of the church that we're not people who love. It's important for the community at large to understand. Love does not necessarily mean agreement. Love means in spite of. Secondly, love does not compel me to agree with an opinion of another or to conform to their desires on any given issue. So I wanted to clear that up. I love my children, but I often disagree with them. When I was a kid, my father used to say to me, if you're going to behave like that, go to your room. I want to say to people who have a different orientation or agenda you want to push, go to your room. I went to the hospital, to the maternity ward, and I never saw a homosexual baby. Because I realized that if there was a homosexual baby because of a predisposition, there would be a drug addict baby, there would be a murderer, there would be a lot of other things that people do in life. And if you want to allow one category to be justified, you have to allow all of them. You can't excuse me because I may have a different lifestyle agenda and say I was born that way, and then say a baby who grows up and does some things in society, you put them in jail and say that they were not born that way, they chose that. All I could find in the hospital was girls and boys. That's all I found. I looked at the plumbing, girls and boys. I want to say something else. I'm appalled at the fact that there are those who will compare my color to homosexual preferences. I'm appalled at that. I want to say to those who would use this excuse, you haven't done enough road time. You haven't been hung. You haven't been drugged through the streets. You haven't been killed. You haven't been left out for years. You haven't had to fight for your rights and are still fighting for those. So don't tell me you are equal with me because I am black and you have the same thing. We're dealing with a different issue here. Listen, don't compare my color with your sexual causes and choices. I love you. God has used the church as a delivery system for his love. But even God hates sin. And that is what we see. I realize we differ on the issue, and I'm not going to beat down nobody. I love homosexuals. I love gays, but I don't agree with their behavior and their lifestyle. They need to be cleared up. There is a difference between love of person and disagreement on personal opinion. It is important for us to understand that. I don't have to attack you as an individual. I have people who are of the gay lifestyle in the church where I am. If they can stand my sermon, I can stand their sitting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, I'm starting at number 250. David Snow, Pamela Belfus, Nick Moe, Aaron Eagleston, Matthew Mosier, and Donna Brooks. If any of those people are here, please come forward. Not seeing any of you. I will call the next names. Sir, are you coming? No? Okay. Laura Walden, Marcus Welker, Herman Cohen, Sid Atwood, and Sage Tremberth. Hello,
Before we go any further, I'm Larry Hall, and I was number 200. Was at work, couldn't be here two places at once.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to start calling those names again in a few minutes, but since you're here, sir, go ahead.
Well, my name is Larry Hall. I've lived in Anchorage since 1965. I was here earlier in 59, 60, 61, courtesy of the United States Army. I liked it here. I came back. I'm like a lot of other people that wanted to live in Alaska to get away from this kind of crap we lived in the lower 48. But all of a sudden, everybody moves up here. They want to bring everything with them. They want to get away from it, but let's take it with us. It's crazy. I don't know. I had a business in Mountain View for 18 years. It's a service station. You're talking about being fired or mistreated. I hired a young man one time that was sleeping in his car. No job, no money. Told him, I said, if you work here, I have a dress code. You're going to have to get a haircut. I furnish a uniform, and every one of us wears it. No problem, Mr. Hall. I don't mind getting a haircut. I need a job. But I don't have any money to get a haircut. So I reached in my pocket. I gave him $20 and showed him where the barber shop was and told him to be to work next morning. Next morning I come to work and this young man standing there and he shook his head. He said, boy, it feels funny to have a haircut. 6 o'clock in the morning when I went to work, pardon me, I get nervous.
Take your time, sir.
But I went to work and I turned around and looked and this kid's got hair down to his waist. Now there's a couple of reasons why we had a hair code. One is it was my code. I owned the business. I paid the bills. The other was it was a hazard. You work on cars, carburetors backfire, you get your hair burn off. You're laying in a creeper, which happened to Bob Haig's boy, and you're laying around on the floor, you get your hair rolled up in a creeper. And the boss has to take a pair of side cutters and cut your hair. So I told the young man, I can't use you. You're hungry, you need a job, but all of a sudden here comes the F words. I'm not cutting my hair for nobody. No problem. You don't have to. You just don't have a job here. 2 weeks later, I get a call from the Department of Labor. Mr. Hall, did you hire this guy? Yes, I did. Did you fire him? Yes, I did. Did you fire him because he wouldn't get a haircut? No. I fired him because he couldn't follow orders. He took my $20, spent it, didn't get a haircut, and if he couldn't follow that simple order, he definitely wasn't going to follow the other orders I had.
Just a minute, your time's up, but there's a question from Dr. Selkirk.
You to continue, please.
Well, my feeling on this is, if that would have been a homosexual or a transsexual, I hired a man and a woman showed up in my place of business, how far do you guys think I would have got, and would I have been in business the following week? I don't think so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair.
Just a moment, Mr. Coffey.
Thank you. As I told you, I happen to be a Little League coach, and we have games scheduled, and my 12 kids depend on me, and I'm going to excuse myself with the chair's consent.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Coffey. He's told me about this. He'll be back. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Sage Tremberth.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
My name is Sage Tremberth, and I'm a Jew. According to the United Human Rights Council History of the Holocaust, it began with a simple boycott of Jewish shops and ended in the gas chambers of Auschwitz. This may sound extreme to you, but there's a religious faction right here in our town who arranges boycotts of businesses supportive of gay people, and 5,000 to 15,000 gay people have already been murdered in those concentration camps. It's already happened. Jews were gradually shut out of society by Nazis. There were laws and decrees which deprived us of our citizenship, controlled who we could marry. We were removed from schools, banned from the professions, and excluded from military service. Some in our town and state spend significant money and time and effort to keep gay people from having the same level of employment and housing protection, ability to marry, and to serve in the military that they claim for themselves. At the same time Jews were being shut out of German society, there was a carefully orchestrated smear campaign that portrayed Jews as enemies of the German people. Daily, anti-Semitic slurs appeared in Nazi newspapers, on posters, the movies, radios, in speeches by Hitler and taught Nazis, and in the classrooms. As a result, state-sanctioned anti-Semitism became the norm throughout Germany, and Jews lost everything, including our homes, businesses, and lives. I think everyone in our community who reads a newspaper, watches TV, listens to a radio, or has access to the sermons of some of our pastors has seen and heard the very same kind of orchestrated fear and hate inciting smear campaign happening right now, right here in our community. You've heard it in this assembly chamber. Last week, I was in the restroom upstairs when 2 girls came in spewing hateful, nasty comments about transgender people. It's heartbreaking to see children who think it's fun to engage in transgender bashing. It's heartbreaking that they've been taught they're of a superior breed. These are the same kind of children that will go to school with their intolerance, taught and sanctioned by some parents and some churches, and harass and bully LGBT children until the LGBTQ children commit suicide or are murdered by others. Please do not further sanction this intolerance by gutting or rejecting this ordinance. I know the group of people opposing this ordinance is intimidating, powerful, and frightening. I know that some of you may be part of that group or fear the consequence of displeasing that group. Nonetheless, I ask you not to be among those who stand silently by and do nothing while one group singles out another for abuse, substandard rights, and less protection under law. I ask you to heed the Constitution of the United States call for separation of church and state. I ask you to heed President Obama's June 1st call to action in which he said, "I call upon the people of the United States to turn back discrimination and prejudice wherever it exists." Thank you
very much.
My name is David Snow, S-N-O-W. I'm here today because I'm a father of 7 children. I protect those children in every given moment that I can. As you have children and grandchildren, I'm sure you do the same. We're looking at an ordinance that doesn't give equal rights, it's special rights to a group of people that want those special rights. As a father, I fear for this. I fear that my 9-year-old daughter will go into a restroom, and in that restroom is a man dressed as a woman, and as he's composing himself, she looks and happens to see him in all his glory. That scars her for life. How do you take that back? How do you change that? How do you make that right? You don't. You've taken and given special rights to a group of individuals, and you've taken rights away from other individuals. I protect my children as you protect your children. This isn't protecting our families. This is giving special rights to people. What are we going to do next? Give special rights to those who have, say, foot fetishes. I mean, come on, we got to draw the line somewhere. This isn't right. We all know it's not right. To say that this group has this special right is taking away from people, taking away from children. I don't want to have that fear. I work with the lady who recently, her daughter went into a restroom, come out screaming, "Mommy, there's a man in the bathroom." She tells me to this day that her daughter is fearful to go into a public restroom by herself. What are we doing to our children? Why are we allowing this? Why are we trying to make this happen? If people want their individuality, they want their gender, do it. Do it in the privacy of your own home. Don't take away my rights. Don't take away the rights of my children to this situation that shouldn't even be before us right now, but it is. And we're having to contend and fight it again. I'm going to protect my children at all cost. I can only imagine what it would do to me to see my daughter come out of that restroom screaming in fear of what she saw that can never be taken back. And I want that to be with all my children, my grandchildren, and their children to come. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Mayor, Assembly, I'm very pleased to be here, and I thank everyone for coming. I thank everyone for being out to make this hearing. I'm a very lucky man.
And your name is?
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Sid Atwood.
Okay.
Apologize. I've never lived under prejudice for any long periods. I've been very lucky to be born in this beautiful country that we live in. Where I grew up, I never saw any prejudice. It just wasn't around. I think that I was probably pretty well, in a protected place because of that, I suppose. But I just never really saw it. I'm going to mention something here that I feel. Many times Jesus was alone, as I understand it from Sunday school, by himself, one alone. Against all odds, he taught, "Love thy neighbor." Now, I'm not going to use the Bible because it's been misused plenty already. I've got 7 kids that my late wife and I raised. She would protect them, believe me, with her life, and I would have also. A couple of my boys, when I was in charge of a large facility, I had a young man working for me that happened to be gay, and he had a nice little rental apartment or rental house. A couple of my boys lived over there at that house, and we didn't discuss the fact that he was gay. I don't think they knew it. I knew it. That individual, by the way, did die. I was at his bedside. I was at his deathbed. My late wife and I were there. But then I've been at several deathbeds because of different services that I've been involved in. The reason why I bring this up is he was no threat.
We're not talking, I personally am not speaking about people that are deviants and that type of thing. There's that in every culture. I mean, you know, we've got people that are definitely breaking laws. Laws are one thing, morality is another. But I do want to mention two of my kids because as they grew up, and I certainly didn't know, and they didn't know, I don't believe. They may have wondered, but one of my sons and one of my daughters are gay. And believe me when I say that you wouldn't have known it, because I grew up with them. You know, I worked on the sidelines on soccer and all kinds of things. I didn't know them.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, I'm going to start again with the names that I started at the very beginning of the meeting. So if people had to work or were not able to be here, this is their second opportunity. And at this time, if you don't come forward the second time that I've called you, I'm crossing it off. First name, Ben Smith, Frank Carter, Jean Brokaw, Darren Colbury, and Joyce Zirkle. It could be Lois Zirkle. Are any of you here? If so, please come forward. Okay. The next names are Jeremiah Banks, Stephen Hetter, Michael Flanagan, I think, Barry Hildebrand, Catherine Zelnick, Mike Zelnick, Kelly Walters, or Judy Norby. If any of you are here, please come forward. Okay? Continuing on. Rebecca DeHatt or DeHart, Jennifer Colab or Golab, Leo Boris, Ansley Gwynn, Teresa Sweeto, Tony Knowles, Ruth Brooks, Kevin Pendergrast, and Richard Foster. If any of you are here, please come forward. Okay. The next list page is Jacqueline Braden. I think it's Jebediah Williams, Mary Lefevre, Yenchi Lerman-Tan, Nancy Porto, Hope Mahan, Nancy Winiford, Sarah Robinson, John Huffman, Seth Anderson, Bonnie DeArmond, or Joshua Tanner. If any of you are here, please come forward. Okay, continuing on down the list now. It appears it's either Ray or Roxy. I couldn't tell. Storer, that's 261. Lynn Otto, Tony Cassetti, Melvin McMillan. If any of you are here, please come forward.
Hi, good evening. My name is Melvin McMillan. I am a resident of Anchorage for 18 years, and I would like to thank the Assembly for allowing me to state my opposition to Ordinance 64. I am a Christian female with a male-gendered name. I was born female and have lived as a female for over 54 years. I have even been married to the same man for over 30 years. I have never experienced personal gender confusion. However, I have been perceived as being male by the business and professional community based entirely on my name. Does this qualify me for discrimination? I have read the Assembly's definition of sexual orientation, and I would like to share mine. My definition is simple: someone's preference in sexual partners. As a Christian, I believe one's sexual preference is a private matter between that person, God, and their chosen sexual partner. I am not intolerant, nor do I hate anyone who chooses a different lifestyle than my own, whether it be through sexual practices, alcohol consumption, or drug usage. I do believe each and every person will have to answer to God one day for their own actions. I also believe that each Anchorage citizen currently receives protection from discrimination based upon the ordinance as written without amendments. In conclusion, I am concerned that one of our assembly members would appear before the media and state they have received threats over this matter. Once again, perception is in the eyes of the beholder. The action to replace an elected official who disagrees with a U.S. citizen should not be viewed as a threat, but instead as the privilege to exercise one's right to vote. Just as we are given the privilege to vote for our assembly members, we should be given the opportunity to vote for this important matter. May God bless each of you and guide your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward. Please come forward. Go ahead.
My name is Ray Stover, and I've been here since 1962. 63. And I am a landlord, so you know where I'm coming from. I've been a landlord since 1975. To the best of my knowledge, I've never discriminated against anyone except for behavior. I've discriminated against people who are drunks that cause disturbance in my buildings. I've discriminated against people who use drugs and cause problems. I've discriminated against people who make loud noises and play loud music at night. I've also want you to know that certain behaviors I do not want in my buildings, nor do the people that live there want in the building. And as a landlord, I am responsible for part of their overall feeling comfortable where they live. People move for a lot of reasons, and all of those that I mentioned above are one reason that they move for, including cheaper rent, which may only be $25 a month. I've had people move because they didn't like the people who lived next to them, and that was, in one case, homosexuals. I want to say that regardless of what law or ordinances or whatever you want to call it you pass, for the most part, nature shows us that homosexuality is not a normal behavior. And it's not going to be changed by a law or an ordinance. Now I'd like to bring up another part that has not been discussed, and that is that anytime you have a special group of people, whomever comes in clash with that group of people has to prove they are not against that group of people. And I've learned that through business, I've learned that through landlord, and I've learned that through being a supervisor. So if a group of people is set aside as a special group, you first have to prove you are not guilty of being prejudiced against them. That's the first thing you got to do. And I know that from all aspects of my life. The other thing I'd like somebody to address, whether Sheila or whoever, it talks about all the different types. You can't discriminate against physical or mental disability. What does that mean? Where does that put a landlord if somebody wants to come in and rent from them and want to live in your building, and they're in a wheelchair, and you have no way to get them to the apartment they want to live in?
You do have a question. Mr. Gutierrez?
Thank you. I'm interested, sir, in what you have to say because I'm a landlord too, and some of these things have weighed on me. The part about physical and mental disability is already in the law. It's been in the law for a long time. That's not anything new that we're changing. I discriminate too. I don't rent to felons. I don't rent to people who have drug offenses on their record. I don't rent anybody who's got a history of domestic violence. One of the three competing proposals that we're going to come up against would remove small employers or people with small units, and I don't know how many units you own. I just own a duplex. But from all of Title V, meaning they could discriminate against people based on their race, based on their gender. How do you feel about that? Should that, is it okay to take that step back and say, you know, I don't want black people living in my building, so no, I'm not going to rent to you? Where's the line?
The line is behavior. I've never objected. I have in my apartments many nationalities. I have natives. I have blacks. Their behavior is what I discriminate against. If that's a fair term of discriminating.
What about religion as a behavior? I suppose you could say getting married is a behavior. What about those things? I mean, are there some behaviors that are okay, some that are not? This is what I'm struggling with. Where do we draw the line?
Well, I draw the line in what is I consider and what others consider in the apartment building a behavior that's not acceptable. And I've already gave you illustrations of that. And I have no intentions of discriminating against anyone unless their behavior becomes such that it's not acceptable. And homosexual behavior is not acceptable.
So it's a matter of morality, moral behavior and immoral behavior.
No, it's a matter of behavior. I don't care about the morality part of it. You can call morality anything you want.
Well, yeah, what I mean is some behaviors are right, some behaviors are not right from your perspective. Is that what I'm hearing?
Some behaviors are acceptable and some behaviors are not acceptable.
Okay.
Where does that leave me, though, in regards to this question that I asked? If it's already there, which I have learned also is, to what extent do I have to go through, or does other landlords have to go through to comply so somebody can live in their building that may be disabled? Why, if it's already there, why is it in here? If we already have that protection, why are we talking about it again? Just a question.
When you're drafting, you lay out everything, what's already there, and then you add text underlined what would be new.
So what would be new here?
I'm not sure which version you're looking at, but it's the part that would be underlined. It would be sexual orientation that's new.
Yeah, but it also, and along with that, it mentions sexual race, color, sex orientation, religious, national origin, marital status, age, physical or mental disabilities in terms and privilege relating to the use, sale, lease, rental, or of the property.
And all of those
So
things have been there for a long time.
I mean, I don't know who else it could include, other than somebody who is, well, I'll forego that remark. But
I appreciate your answers, sir. I think you addressed my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Please come forward.
Hi, my name is Lynn Otto, and my husband and I have lived here in Anchorage since 1982, and we raised 3 children here. We have 4 grandchildren, and it is our conviction this is wrong. We believe the Bible totally. It's the Word of God. This is what we raise our children and our grandchildren. And we believe totally in our hearts to have love, kindness, but we don't want them telling us and our children what to do. We can't go to the 4th of July anymore. We quit that a few years ago because the kids were asking questions, and like the man that spoke with the father, he was the father of 7. What do you tell them? I don't want to explain things when they're 3 and 4. I'm not going to. Why someone has a collar and on the floats and a leash, and I'm what? No, it's wrong. You all know it's wrong. all of you, you know what's wrong in your hearts. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much for coming.
My name is Nancy Winiford. As a small child, I was known for my love of baseball. My favorite toy as a toddler was a baseball bat that was bigger than I was. As I grew, I found I loved other things that boys play with too. I loved rough play, and I became a tomboy. I played mostly with boys, and I dressed like a boy as much as my 1950s parents would allow. My feelings about girls changed in my teens. I became attracted to them just as any boy changes from being repulsed by girls' play to being attracted to girls. As a young college student, I fell in love with another woman. After college, we moved in together and set up housekeeping. I want you to understand we were lesbians, yet no one we knew was aware that we were lesbians. Why? We did not feel any necessity to let others know about the true depth of our relationship. We did not feel any need to be affirmed by society for our choice. Even the other lesbians we worked with did not know about us. So my first point is, it is possible to follow your feelings without advertising them to the world, and therefore to live without fear. I did not live in any fear as a lesbian because nobody knew I was a lesbian. As far as our friends knew, we were just roommates who were also good friends. In 1977, I met Jesus Christ in a new way. Now, I had grown up in a Christian home and had even professed to be a Christian, but I had turned away from it in college, and now I was having an encounter with Jesus Christ that changed my life. His love was so amazing that I wanted to live His way. And when He made it clear to both my partner and I that our relationship was sinful in His eyes, not what the Bible revealed to be right, and not God's best for us, we submitted to His leading and allowed Him to pull us gently apart. As time went by, He began to show me what His intentions were for a woman. I began to change my behavior. At first, it was only that, a change in my behavior, but, and here's my second point, it was a complete change. Homosexuals can change their behavior. I know. I'm living proof. Jesus didn't stop there, though. As I began to change my behavior, seek help from other Christians, and follow the teachings of the Bible, something happened to my feelings. They changed. I eventually learned to love being a woman just as God created me to be. I'm married, and I have a wonderful husband and 2 great kids. I am more happy and fulfilled than I have ever been in my life. I no longer want to behave as I used to, and my feelings have completely changed. My third point is this, that behavior and feelings can both change. It is important...
Madam Chair, I would like to hear the lady's third point.
Your time was up, but you have a question. So, and Mr. Gutierrez wants you to finish.
Okay. My third point is that behavior and feelings can both change. It is important to base our laws on the truth, which does not change. The truth is that homosexuality and mixed gender issues are deviant behaviors. They are not good in the best interest of society or of the individuals who follow them. I would like to be able to tell my story 10 years from now, but you are opening a door. And I believe that when this becomes a normal, accepted behavior, I will not be able to tell my story anymore. And why do I believe that? Look over the border to Canada. They gave special rights to homosexuals, and now what I just told you would be hate speech, and I would be put in jail.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
What's your name, please? What's your name?
Jennifer Golab. Hello, Madam Chair, Assembly members, acting mayor, and fellow residents. I have been an Anchorage citizen since 1987. I must say, I am saddened that we as citizens of Anchorage are being put through this turmoil. You as city officials should be concentrating on public safety, the city's debt problems, the economy, the homeless, and tourism. The ordinance is not an emergency. This should not be rushed, though, as such. There is not any compelling evidence that this group of individuals are being discriminated against any more than others. Where is the burden of proof? Where are the case numbers, the statistics? Why hasn't it been in the news or in newspapers? It should be equal rights, not special. I feel I am being discriminated against when I have to wonder if I'm sharing a women's restroom with a man who dresses as a woman. Why should my privacy be violated? Is that fair? Where are my rights when this continues to happen? This ordinance is far too ambiguous for the citizens of Anchorage, and it appears as if there's a hidden agenda that is being passed so quickly. Now I ask you to please search your hearts and minds for truth. It is not hard to find truth. What is hard is not running away from it once you have found it. You need to do what is best for the city of Anchorage, not what is best for a group of people who choose to have a different lifestyle. Thank you.
Please come forward. Please come forward.
Madam Chair, my name is Herman Cohen. I believe I was number 258 on your list, and I emailed you earlier about...
Yep.
Okay. Good evening. I'd like to thank the Assembly and the Acting Mayor and yourself, Madam Chair, for this opportunity to speak to you on this issue. I think I want to summarize first like some did last night because I'm not sure I'll get through all of it. Unlike a lot of gay people, I listen to conservative talk radio because I consider myself to be a conservative. And the other day I was listening to Dan Fagan, and I was incredibly moved by what he said. And I'll quote him here. What does the gay community really want? They just want to be accepted. They just want us to say to them, okay, you can be gay, and we think that's okay. Those of us who are people of faith and believe that our faith teaches us that homosexuality is unhealthy and immoral, we can never give them that. But what we can give them is everything but that. Be respectful, be kind, be courteous, be civil. Don't call them weird. Don't insult them by saying, we're going to have cross-dressers in every bathroom. Now we're going to have a his, hers, and it. That's just silly. I will remind you, and this is Dan Fagan's words, each and every person who would characterize themselves as a practicing homosexual in this city has been created by God. Each and every one of them. There's not a single one of them that wasn't created by God. Unquote. I was incredibly moved by that because this is someone who is traditionally not in favor, who you would think would traditionally not be in favor of approving this ordinance. But in his own words, other than saying, okay, you can be what you want to be and that's okay, give them everything else. Give them the equal rights that they're asking for. And that's what he was advocating there, I believe. Okay? One other thing here. Last night we heard an opponent here at this podium say over and over, I was not available. And he recounted being approached by a man who wanted to do stuff with him. And the next thing he knew, 4 guys was pulling him off of the guy. And I have 2 thoughts on that. Number one is how awful it felt to me as a gay man to have sat through hearing this man applauded by the opponents of this ordinance for having beaten up someone just for being attracted to him. Okay? And number 2, imagine, if you would, if every gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgender person resorted to violence every time they were approached by someone they weren't attracted to.
Thank you very much.
My name is Frank Mabry. I'm a citizen of Anchorage. Felt compelled to come up here and talk. A lot of the verbiage that has been generated because of this ordinance bring about that many more things. I felt as a veteran of the United States Air Force, as a single parent who raised my child in this municipality and seeing so many unfair things treated by other citizens because of a person's color, sexual orientation. Without stating my sexual orientation, I came forth because most of my friends are heterosexual, and most of them was afraid to come forth and speak for or against this ordinance. With that, they did speak and say that they did support it because they had seen so many other issues, including sexual orientation, in which people are discriminating. I can't be kicked out of my place because I bought my own place. I can't be kicked off of my job because I own my own job. Okay, with that, I am homosexual, and it is unfair to let opinions about someone's moral stance, and I think I'm a high moral person as a homosexual, to be denied, treated, beaten, or done anything against them because of their sexual orientation. Please take it in your heart, think about what they're saying, why they're saying it, and do accordingly, and I think that we'll do all right. Thank you very much for giving me this time to say something.
Thank you. This point. I'm going to call Shannon Moore, Irma Doggett, Danielle Anderson, Bert Hauk, Matthew Stinson, and Robbie, I think it's Hotch, but it could be Hawk. I'm sorry, your name was?
Shannon?
Shannon Moore. Yep.
Yes.
Hi.
Hi, I'm Shannon Moore, and I am a Christian, and I don't have any proof of that for you. I'm also a heterosexual, and for some people it might be disappointing, but I have no pictures of that either to provide. This has been a really disturbing issue to come up as a community, and I'm stunned that either side thinks that this ordinance would do anything. We have laws to protect people of color, yet they're still discriminated against. We have laws to protect women from being discriminated against. They still are. Basically, what's going to have to go in the closet are people's excuses. If this ordinance passes, basically what you have to do is you have to become the closeted bigot. You're going to have to say, you know what? I don't want you to work for me because you're distracted and on your phone all the time. Or you're going to have to find a different reason. You can't say, you're gay, leave. So that's all it's going to do. There's still going to be discrimination. And I hope that you pass this as a symbol to people that if they're going to be discriminating against people for something that's their choice, just as religion is our choice. My parents came to Alaska as missionaries in the 60s. Yes, they did. In a Volkswagen bus from Appalachia to Homer, Alaska. And I grew up in a Christian home next to, which for any practical purposes would be very conservative, except that we lived next to the Old Believers. And they didn't cut their beards. They didn't wear mixed fabrics. They didn't eat shellfish. They went by all of the laws. So I thought we were remarkably liberal. So I'm looking at this, and it's, we can't have faith-based government, but we have a government that protects our faith and also protects our civil liberties. And I encourage you to pass this as a symbol that civil liberties for housing, for education, for employment would be honored. I think it's the Christian thing to do. I think it's the proper thing to do.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Danielle Anderson. I have been a resident of Anchorage for 18 years, and surprisingly, I'm a military spouse. My husband serves in the United States Air Force, and he at the young age of 18 felt compelled to defend the freedoms of our country, so he enlisted to protect all U.S. citizens. After 10 years of service, he's made a lot of sacrifices. He gets up rain or shine, 30 below or 80 above, day or night, weekend or holiday, whether he feels like it or not, to fulfill his commitment to our country, to protect the freedoms that we all have been granted in this country. It is my understanding that one of those freedoms is the right to vote. The right to vote on an issue of such importance to our city as this. Or at least the right to vote for the person who will be given the responsibility to represent us on an issue of such importance to our city as this one. And I see neither happening. Instead, I see an acting mayor who we as a city did not vote for trying to force an ordinance upon us without those freedoms. I am a mother of 2 young children and would rather my children not be exposed to the homosexual lifestyles, which goes against my family's beliefs and everything my husband and I have tried to protect our children from. By passing this ordinance, you are taking away my freedom to protect my children from things that can harm them physically and emotionally. If this ordinance passes, I will no longer feel safe allowing my husband to send our girls into the restrooms by themselves while shopping with him. And I will have no legal foot to stand on to protect them from someone of the opposite sex being in the restroom with them. And furthermore, I should not have to explain to my 5-year-old why there are men in women's restrooms, or why her teacher came to class yesterday as a woman and today as a man. It shouldn't be an issue they should have to deal with. I have made a lot of sacrifices over the years to be able to stay home with my children and protect them from such harmful things. And by passing this ordinance, you're telling me that the sacrifices my family has made to protect our children and the sacrifices my husband has and will continue to make to protect the freedoms of this country are worthless. If they had any value to you, you'd vote no on 64, or better yet, you'd let us as citizens vote no on 64. Because I am sure that if this ordinance went before the residents of Anchorage to vote on, it would come back an overwhelming no. And I believe that is why this ordinance is being pushed on us so quickly, because the acting mayor, who we as a city did not vote for, knows it has no chance passing otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. The Assembly will be taking a short break in about 5 minutes.
My name is Josh Tanner. My name was called a little while ago. It was 248 or something like that. Can I still testify?
Sure.
Fantastic. Are we tired yet? Are we doing okay?
Go for it.
All right. My name is Josh Tanner. I'm a pastor of a church of somewhere around 700 folks here in the town. I've been a resident here in Anchorage, well, not Anchorage, but Alaska my whole life. I'm strongly opposed to this ordinance. One of the things I'm really bummed about is that we started this meeting at 4 o'clock. I know I was in charge of that, but there's huge numbers of people that didn't get to testify today. Not only after a seriously long day yesterday, we just crank it out the next day. And we're going through numbers and numbers of really important people. These are important citizens that don't get a share. And you know, this to me isn't really good leadership. I lead lots of people. I know I'm a young man, but the thing is that when we lead with integrity, people want to follow us. You know, anybody can lead, but it's only people that have character that are worth following. You know what I'm saying? I really want to follow people in this assembly, but here's the thing is that we're not making decisions in a really good way. And, you know, I have all my own specific beliefs about all what's going on here, but there's a lot of concerns wrapped up in this deal. And there's so many, the whole city is turning out, and we're getting all divided about it, and it's just not good. It's not good. And then we just start ramming things through and pressure and everything. But here's the deal. Here's my main point that I feel like is really a huge, huge deal. This is going to expose our businesses. Our small businesses, and one, we don't even know. So if you're under 4 people, you can now discriminate not only against, you know, sexual orientation, but African Americans, women. Yeah, I'm really confused about how we keep revising this deal and saying, and Mr. Gutierrez, you had a question about that. You're like, well, where does it stop? Where does it begin? It doesn't make any sense. It's not based on good logic. And I agree with you, and I'm against the ordinance, and I'm not exactly sure where you're at, Mr. Gutierrez, but it's right. It doesn't make much sense. Here's the deal. Simple case in point. The dentist that testified a little bit ago, he's concerned about his office and people leaving, but what if he has a worker who shows up and one day he's orientated one direction, and then the next day he comes dressed any way he wants. And then all of a sudden now he's gonna be exposed legally possibly because one of his own workers all of a sudden was a man and now is a woman, and how is he going to deal with his clients? It's going to hurt his business. If I was a thief and I was working for somebody and I started stealing, they would probably fire me because all of a sudden, well, now I'm orientated as a thief. The word orientation is so broad, it exposes us. It's just not a good word. If we're going to talk about homosexuality or just gays or whatever, we have to get more specific. And even as I read the ordinance and I read in there, it's not specific enough. We start saying orientation, it can lead to anything.
So here's the deal. I'm done.
You're done.
Here's
Thank
the
you.
deal is I'm over.
Sorry.
Madam Chair, I'd like to hear the deal, just very quickly. What's the deal?
You do?
Very quickly.
You like
Thank you.
me. I like you. All right. You know, when the biggest piece for me is when I think about orientation is this. Is that if we can shift just based on my state of mind, you could never know what I'm thinking in my mind. And there's no scientific proof to ever prove that I would be orientated one direction versus another. You can't do it. Only God is going to know what I'm thinking. Only God is going to know what you're thinking. And that's the biggest piece for me, is that we could change those things. Well, we need an ordinance about, I want to be left-handed, so why can't they don't make enough, instruments for me to work with my left hand on the job, and now I'm going to sue somebody for it. I mean, to me, it fits in the same category. So
thank you.
So I want to say thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, at this point, we're going to take... At this point, we're going to take about a 15, maybe 20-minute break. We're about at number 270. Request for clarification. You can see this meeting later if you go on the municipal web page, and there's video streaming of all assembly meetings. If you just click on the date, you can watch the whole thing again if you want to. Is it like what day today? Okay, it should be online by tomorrow afternoon. Plus, it's typically on Channel 10. Monday and Fridays. All right, thank you. Let's get started again. Call this meeting back into order. Oh, ma'am, I'm sorry, I already forgot your name. Would you come forward?
Donna Brooks.
Donna Brooks, thank you. You were about number
255.
255. Go ahead, ma'am.
To the Assembly and to the acting mayor. My name is Donna Brooks. I grew up here. My family's here. I raised my children here. I am an arbitrator, investigator, and a psychiatric nurse. I'm really disturbed by this offering that you have presented us, and I think this should go before the community to be voted on. I oppose 64. I see a lot of your decisions are based on hearsay information. This subject matter has come up before us back in '85 as I was an investigator for the governor's administration. And one of the things that kicked it out was the fact that there was no documented evidence that this was a problem in this community. There was no documentation of discrimination based on sexual orientation. There was no documentation of denial of housing or even employment. As an arbitrator, investigator, this hearsay is not admissible in court, and I can see a lot of court cases going to the court because of this. I would hope that reality will kick in and common decency and recognize these lifestyles are not healthy. We have young children in this community, and I don't want my grandchildren approached by these people. They have a right to be the way they are. But as one gentleman said that was attacked by a homosexual, these children will not tell until they get older. And just look at the damage that they will have caused by them. The Lord believes that this behavior is an abomination. We should not legitimize it. And I'm asking you to vote no on this or put it out to the community to vote on it. I'm not a person of hate. I'll help anyone who is legitimately being discriminated against. I do that on a day-to-day basis now. But sexual orientation is a private matter.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming. I'd like to call Julie Berry, Gary Montaigne, Janice Montaigne, Nick Montaigne, Dan Woodruff, Glenn Beagle, and Donna Simeon. If any of you are here, please come forward. Hello.
Hello. My name is Julie Barry, and I'm a resident in West Anchorage. I attended last Tuesday's assembly meeting and was seated in the Wilda Marston Theater. I found several testimonies to be ill-informed, particularly those who insisted there was not yet enough evidence of harassment and discrimination based on sexual orientation. I thought the members of the assembly should know that despite your repeated exhortations to behave in a civil manner, that when transgendered Anchorage citizens testified, individual members of the audience in the theater next door called out derogatory names. Several of the transgendered citizens were testifying about the very real danger they placed themselves in by speaking out and were visibly worried. Clearly, they had reason to be. If you want evidence of harassment happening in Anchorage, you need only have gone next door. There are particular groups of people who are much more likely to face regular bigotry, harassment, and discrimination. Members of my own family have faced all of these. My grandmother could not vote until she was 30 years old because women were discriminated against. But because of laws preventing discrimination, I am now protected from unfair treatment based on my gender because that discrimination is illegal. My great aunts lost their jobs because their city prohibited married women from being teachers. Because of laws like our municipal code, my decision to marry did not mean the loss of my career because that is now illegal. My grandfather and father faced harassment and discrimination in their job searches because of their race and religion. But because of laws like the one before the assembly today, I don't have to hide my ethnic background or my religious beliefs because bigoted signs reading "No Irish Need Apply" are illegal. In years past, countless women across our country have faced discrimination and been fired from jobs because they were pregnant. Today, that is illegal, and I have no fear about losing my job because of my choice to have a family. This city ordinance is not about gay rights, it's about human rights. Laws protect me from discrimination based on characteristics about myself over which I have no control, my gender, my age, my race. They also protect me based on characteristics about myself that are choices, my marital status, my religion, and my decision to have a family. It does not matter whether sexual orientation is a choice or not. This change protects all people from being discriminated against based upon either actual or even perceived sexual orientation. This amendment protects me from being discriminated against because someone thinks I'm straight and doesn't like that, or thinks I'm gay and doesn't like that. Next month, my husband and I will bring another Alaskan into the world, and we plan to teach our child the importance of varying viewpoints and respect for all individuals, including those of differing views. I hope our assembly does the same by protecting all of Anchorage's citizens.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please come forward. No, I'm just trying to get people to come so that we don't have the delay in between. That's why I'm doing this. Please come forward. Please come forward. If you're going to speak, you have to come now. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Assembly. My name is Gary Montaigne. I'm from Anchorage. You got to be aware of the laws that you intend to pass. It's been my experience that they pull to the extreme. They get operated on the extreme. There is a homosexual organization called the NAMBLA, North American Man-Boy Love Association. Their motto was, When you're 8, it's too late. They didn't want to force young children into sexual acts, but they wanted to have laws that if the young child accepted them, it was okay. So you have to be aware of the laws that you want to pass. They pull to the extreme. If you don't think that's so, on your 4th of July parade, you've got men with dog collars and wearing bras there. This is not normal. It's not a healthy thing. And the law that you are about to pass, it's a bad law. You want to force the people of Anchorage, under the penalty of the law, to hire or lodge people who define themselves by their actions. The laws now in place protect all citizens. Under your law, if a person is confused about what sex they are and decides to use a public restroom of the opposite sex, then we have to accommodate that person or suffer the weight of the law. If an employer's business suffers because of the actions of an employee and the employer is intimidated by the law and the cost of defending himself, you took away his rights and maybe his livelihood. If a 17-year-old football player feels that he is no longer a male and decides to change clothes with the cheerleaders, what can the school do? If the next week that same 17-year-old football player found out he actually was a male and was comfortable with that, what can the school do? People can say anything they want. The burden of proof will be on the employer or the institution. The cost of doing business in Anchorage may be too high.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please come forward.
Okay, my name is Brian Skellinger, and I'm number 181, so I hope I'm permitted still to speak.
Go ahead.
All right, well, first off, I'd just like to say I am in opposition, obviously, by this. A lot of things have been said about discrimination tonight. I would first like to point out, everybody I know, I'll be getting, if you could look at the faces of those when I read scriptures, just for the fact of that discriminant. But it says here in Genesis 9:13, where God says, I have set my bow in the cloud, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. When I bring clouds over the earth and the bow is seen in the skies, I will remember my covenant that is between me and you and every living creature of all the flesh. This takes place after the flood, where God said the world is so vile and evil that everything is killed except he saw Noah who wanted to honor him. To me, I'm discriminated against when I walk outside and see somebody taking what my God says is an abomination out of love because if he knows what's best for me, and they are taking what I hold value and hold true and saying, no, this is an abomination, they're just blatantly showing an abomination to me and taking God's promise that he will never flood or kill everybody on this earth again and throwing it back in my face. That's something, and when I sat through these assemblies, I heard one woman walk by me going, blah, blah, blah. That is hate. God is love. People will try to tell you otherwise, and I want you guys to look at the Word of God. See what it says. Don't let somebody interpret it for you only, but read truly the promises. From the beginning of time, man had a broken relationship with God. God continually went out. He made a covenant of himself with Abraham, I believe it was, and went through the split animals. And you know what? God has continually put his love and promises. Regarding this ordinance, people say that gay-friendly towns are coming, or they want gay-friendly cities. Well, right here on June 12th from WorldNet Daily is a story regarding Boston. And I'll read a few ones real quick. Family advocates are outraged by a prom held at Boston City Hall that was open to children apparently as young as 12, featuring cross-dressers, homosexual heavy petting, suspected drug use, and leather-clad doorman who teaches sexual bondage classes. Children from middle schools and high schools across Massachusetts on May 9th attended a Youth Pride Day event, ending with a prom inside the Boston City Hall, sponsored by the Boston Alliance of Gay, Lesbian, Bisexual, Transgender Youth, or BAGLY. And you know what? People say, well, what's wrong with that? Well, if you carry on in the article, you come to find out that the city, before they had to cut expenses, gave $850,000 to this program. To me, that is discriminating against God, discriminating against my rights. It is a choice. Just like I chose to follow Christ, and I know I'm going to be discriminated at. It's apparent when I look out here and see the faces of people. We could pass laws, but you know what? We have to change hearts, not laws. Because unless we start reaching people instead of saying, you don't. Look at a child with a cookie jar. They may be playing in the kitchen fine, but guess what? You say to that kid, oh, don't you touch those cookies. They may not even thought about it. Suddenly, what's that? Boom. So,
Thank you
and
very
can I
much.
pass on this info?
To the clerk.
Good evening, and my name is Glenn Beagle. I would like to welcome the new moral majority to the Assembly, not to the Assembly chambers, but to the Assembly. You know, Caller, I have a radio program, Caller helped me clarify this ordinance for me, in that this ordinance is not about easy cases. It's about hard cases, and about how you judge actions of one group as equivalent to actions of another group. And that's for courts to decide. My caution to you is that the legal effects of this policy are not fully known, and that you should never pass something to which you don't have all the answers. First, thank you for an important and deep discussion about the balance between the rights of various groups and the power of the government to enhance some citizens' rights at the expense of others. It is good for the public to know where each of you stand on that critical aspect of holding public office. Our society works on a simple rule: be respectful of others in public. This fits well with Alaska because our basic ideology on public actions matches an important principle found in our Constitution, the 22nd Amendment. The state recognizes an individual right to privacy. By the way, it also says the legislature, which I think is where this should probably be heard, shall implement this section. I think that on this basic principle, namely that our private lives should not be used for public judgment, is generally practiced here in Anchorage. If you keep your private life private, then 99.9% of people don't care what is involved in that private life. I agree with the Anchorage Daily News opinion piece that sums up the central point of this area of agreement with the majority of Anchorage. Here's their quote: "If you can honorably carry your responsibility as a citizen and not cause trouble for others, then what you do with the rest of your life is your own business." They continue, "If we could all live up to that ideal, prejudice would have no place and there would be no need for anti-discrimination laws. Understand that 99.9% of interactions follow this basic guideline: don't ask, don't tell. Act responsibly as a citizen." The other 1% or 0.1% of people mostly want validation for their private actions in public. For this tiny number of cases, it should not be the job of the Assembly to legitimize actions by the public against the interests of business, schools, and landowners, if that is still the version that is before you. I don't know, actually, at this point. The price is too high. Charities, particularly Catholic charities, will close. Individual decisions of conscience will result in lawsuits. Public accommodation based on don't ask, don't tell will result in lawsuits. The price is too high. There is no evidence of the inability to practice and enjoy alternative lifestyles
Thank
in
you very
Anchorage.
much. Thank you very much. Please come forward. No questions.
Thank you. My name is Mike Flanagan. I've been a member of this community for over 30 years, and the previous speakers certainly waxed eloquent, so I appreciate that.
Second, sir. What was your name?
Mike Flanagan, number 227.
Oh, previous sheet. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. I appreciate the opportunity for public testimony. I believe this new ordinance does not address accepting people, which I would certainly support totally, but lifestyle behavior. The original ordinance did, in fact, I believe, address the acceptance of people and people groups. I notice there is a prejudice. However, it says not against age, but anybody over 55 does get special privileges, and also can live in a community where others cannot. So there is certainly some leeway in that. But I believe that this ordinance is addressing behavior and not people groups. There's been an excellent presentation, certainly by medical experts, to gentlemen just before me and others, and they address the inappropriateness of this ordinance for future reasons, if nothing else. In lieu of a timely task force session that has not happened here, where many of these things could have been aired and dealt with, and what would have brought forth to the public would have been a consolidated version, we do have this session going on, and we are appreciative of being able to speak at it, but really feel very slighted in that this has been kind of ramrodded through the last minute. I ask, where are the staff and task force meeting results? Where is the due diligence prior to public testimony? I believe as elected officials, you probably should not settle for a shortcut version of a hopeful slam dunk ordinance that's been proposed in this manner. Directly in the ordinance, the term perceived is used continually throughout. That means that we are proposing laws that are not based on facts, but one person's thought of what might or might not be the truth as another one might think it. Where do we find that authority or intention in the Constitution? Number two, the term sexual orientation leaves the future definition to be inclusive of whatever that terminology actually says. I know there was a definition later on in the ordinance, but that aside, any and all orientation, parent to child, adult to child, human to animal, as well as between same human sexes, would be allowed. I don't believe that is an acceptable practice at all. Anytime special rights are given to one group, whether for behavioral activities or otherwise, equal rights have been taken away from someone. You cannot give rights to one and call it equal when it isn't all the way around. You can't take away my rights, give somebody else rights, and then say it's equal. The proposed legislation goes beyond the public government or corporate world to infringe, control, and deny the private rights of individuals over their own property and staff. A loss of rights to give someone else special rights. The ordinance is attempting to legalize a behavior pattern that is long established as unacceptable and deviant, and forcing others to pretend to accept and embrace it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for coming.
You're
Please
welcome.
come forward.
My name is Paula Davis, and public testimony is my least favorite thing to do. The only reason I'm here tonight is because I've faced the sting of discrimination at one point in my life as a woman applying for a traditionally male job. And from that, it brings me here to speak for anybody that's faced discrimination. I'm a mom, I'm a Christian, I'm a wife, I'm a teacher in the Anchorage School District. And I'd like to address that particularly. A number of years ago, a program was instituted in the school district that we are required to teach. It's an anti-bullying curriculum. And at first, it didn't seem to me like that would be all that necessary to teach. But after listening to some people testify here, I feel like it's particularly important. Through this curriculum, children learn to treat each other with respect, no matter what their differences may be. And in our school district, at any given time, there's over 70 different languages that are being spoken in a variety of backgrounds of kids. And I'm continually trying to help as a teacher to the children to learn tolerance. And I think that tolerance is the future in our multicultural society. Particularly Anchorage is multicultural compared to other places too. So I'm very greatly disturbed to find that the Assembly could vote for a rejection of tolerance. And I feel like the choice that you make on this issue sends a message to the young people that are listening, the young children that we're teaching. Do you support anti-bullying and the work of the school district teachers, or are you going to pass it off as not valuable? I urge you to work with us and vote for equal rights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Robert Timmons, Kara Timmons, and Todd Kelly. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening. My name is Robbie Hilk.
I'm sorry, say again?
Robbie Hilk. I'd like my time not to start yet. Thank you.
Well,
I'm number 270, I believe.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Can I restart my time, please?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Chair, Assembly members, I'm going to remove my hat out of respect. I'm not going to deviate or change or be deceptive in anything like a gentleman was last night. Acting Mayor, may I have your attention, please? And other members of the Assembly, thank you for your attention. I appreciate it. Acting Mayor? Can my time stop? Are you with me?
No, sir, your time's going.
Thank you. I've been in Anchorage since 1993, and I am here to ask you a couple questions. Thank you. What's best for Anchorage, and what is the truth? What is best for Anchorage? As Assembly members and acting mayor, I feel you need to be addressing major issues and concerns for the citizens of Anchorage right now. In the last several months, we read in the paper and heard on the news, and you've heard this before from other people, about several homeless people dying, shootings taking place, especially right in my neighborhood, practically, at the Taco Bell in Muldoon, and economic issues, the city's budget problems, and never once did I hear about anybody being discriminated against. And I don't mean to minimize that or say that nobody does. There is discrimination going on here in Anchorage, here in Alaska, the lower 48, and other places. I believe this ordinance is rushed through way too quickly, and I don't agree with a hurry and vote on this controversial issue. I thank you, Madam Chair, for the time you have allowed us to speak and sign up, and I pray that you'll continue to allow people to sign up and speak on this topic. So what is truth? We read many things in print and have to subjectively look at them and ask, is this the truth? You as Assembly members have heard much testimony during these proceedings. You have to filter the truth from the lies. The dictionary defines the truth as sincerity in action, character, utterance, a state of being the case, honesty, integrity. This ordinance does not line up with truth. The actions to get this ordinance on the floor so quickly do not line up with truth. The actions, as quoted by Assemblyman Birch, are a political maneuver to rush the ordinance through. I hope I'm not misquoting you, sir. Thank you. And thank you for seeing the truth. ADN reported a quote, and I quote, Jackie Buckley, spokesman for Equality Works, one of the groups in opposition to this ordinance, will have escorts for those who want to testify, because last week people were turned away and intimidated by their opponents. Taunting people and coming and going from the hearing is unexcusable. And that's the end of the quote. She makes it sound like it's all one-sided. It is not. If you've been outside, you would see that it's both sides making a case and maybe yelling at times and maybe saying things that are inappropriate. I did not do that, but other people might be, and it goes both ways and both sides. And I don't think it's right, and I don't think it should be going on.
Thank you, sir.
May I continue, Madam Selkirk?
At this point, there are no questions. I thank you for coming forward. At this point, I'd like to call Robert. Folks, I have tried really hard over 3 days to de-escalate emotion, and at least in this chamber to cultivate respect and a way that we recognize that this is really hard for people on both sides, and there are people who feel very intimidated to be here. I know you feel strongly about this, but I'm asking you please to help me with this, and if you could try to maybe not cheer and not yell, it would be really, really helpful. I'm kind of pleading right now for that. Thank you. I'm trying real hard. Please help me. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to call Robert Timmons, Karen Timmons, Todd Kelly, Brian Saylor, Wendy Thomas, Anna Josephson, and Millie Josephson. If any of you are here, please come forward. Oh, I'm sorry. That's number 278 through 284. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Robert Timmons. My wife couldn't be here today, so she won't be behind me.
Okay.
I expect that as each of you look forward to eventually voting on this measure, you will examine your individual hearts, minds, and consciences and ignore any backroom politics and special agreements and favors that some of you may have done for each other on this ordinance. I know a little bit about the political vote-gathering game, and it will not be lost on us. Remember how Proposition 9 wound up, and the tax cap, and it was a game changer in April. So this one hopefully will be different than that. We will vote this one down if it gets approved. I'm here to raise a few questions. In the early days of their movement, homosexuals referred to the same-sex desires as sexual preferences. but soon rejected this term because it indicated a choice might be involved. Now the preferred term is sexual orientation. Then for decades have claimed that their same-sex attractions are inborn, genetic, and unchangeable. Now transgender activists and their homosexual allies are beginning to claim that sex orientation is fluid. So which is it? The American Psychiatric Association still can't find the definitive reason for the condition in nurture, nature, or both together. There are many questions presently unanswerable, and we can't now pretend to know much scientifically about the condition other than politically, which is why we are here tonight. Public policy or law regulates behavior either to reinforce existing social expectations or to encourage constructive change, and laws are most likely to be effective when they are consistent with the most generally accepted social norms and reflect the collective morality of the society. I request to know, where is the study that you Assembly members and Mr. Clayman did to show this is the case with this ordinance? A statesman and a politician that cares about his legacy spends time with and gives time to his constituents to discuss the merits and positive contributions such an ordinance would make to the society at large, as well as any repercussions. This law truly is a disaster to the community. With an ordinance written as proposed, it does nothing to protect children from child molesters, for example, going to court and claiming their sexual orientation is legally protected as written and approved, even though their sex orientation happens to be focused toward children. I saw nothing in there. Democracy only functions as well as an informed democracy. We need to be informed. In addition to a more sanely written ordinance, we have the obligation here to have a more even-handed and fair ordinance for traditional families. Please allow that to happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please come forward.
Madam Chairman, my name is Kelly Walters. I was, I believe, 234, 236.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I actually live in Anchorage, and I pay taxes here, and I don't think we can say that. I can say that for a lot of the people that have testified. So this issue is important to me. I think that as I've listened to a lot of the testimony, it seems that there's a lot of fear going on as to what may happen or what will happen. And, you know, we're not exactly breaking new ground. I mean, we're not talking about gay marriage like in liberal bastions as Iowa now has. We're talking about something like far before that. I mean, just equal rights, equal protection under the law. Many Fortune 500 companies have this. A company that I worked for 17 years had sexual orientation as a part of their discrimination laws. And guess what? Not one time did I ever hear of any incidents that people that are up here testifying in opposition to 64 happened. Never. I think it's a fear of what's going to happen or what might happen. And if you look to the lower 48, a lot of these states have passed these kinds of laws, and, you know, the sun is still rising, people are still getting married, life goes on. So I'd urge you to vote yes on 64 and check your politics, your religion at the door, because in my opinion, people are born who they are, but people choose what religion they are. And whether you're born a certain way, like if you're black or Hispanic, or whether you choose your religion, you still ought to be protected under the law. The sky's not going to fall, and I would urge you all to vote yes.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I'm Kay Laudenpera from Anchorage, Lahdenpera. Assembly Chair, Assembly members, and Mayor Clayman, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to this ordinance on sexual orientation. An ordinance which has, by the way, been under discussion since 1976, after the municipal charter was passed in 1975. Last week, we heard a divided community. One side fear, hate, and the other side hope, human rights, and coexistence. The golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, was sorely missing. If we all tried to live by the golden rule and respect people's cultures and the rights of all people, what a great example the city of Anchorage would be to the rest of the United States. I compliment those who last Tuesday courageously testified and shared their sensitive stories and situations to help others protect their human rights and to promote understanding of this special population. I strongly urge the Assembly to vote yes on the sexual orientation ordinance relating to the gay, lesbian, and transgender populations. As a second-generation Alaskan, public health nurse for 35 years, with a master's degree, I have traveled the world to see cultures and various health systems. I am concerned that all people are allowed equal human rights and protection. This ordinance provides human rights and protection for this specific population. There may be more specific populations who will need to be added to this ordinance in time, as evidenced by hate crimes and violence the past few months in the United States. We are a multicultural society, as has previously been mentioned last Tuesday, and all groups need their human rights protected. In review of the ordinance, AO number 200964S, I find the Assembly has done a great job in promoting and defining human rights for all. Religion, employment, and property issues are covered, which have seemed to be a concern for some individuals who have testified. It's not this new issue of sexual orientation that has added to the division in the community, rather a particular type-minded response that has been occurring the past 30 years when issues occur that this group do not agree on. They are a minority trying to diminish the rights of the majority. How absurd when their rights are guaranteed in this ordinance. And something new that hasn't been said, I don't believe. In working with families, children, runaway homeless, and troubled youth, I have contributed to the community over the past 44 years by being on numerous health, social service, and nonprofit agency boards. Many of these nonprofit agencies receive federal funding, which require no discrimination against any population group, which would include the gay, lesbian, and transgender population.
Thank you. Sorry. Sorry.
Madam Chair, would you finish that paragraph? Just finish that last sentence, please.
Thank you. If this ordinance does not pass, it may show the municipality of Anchorage as discriminating against this population group. This could cause the loss of federal funds to nonprofit agencies who deal with families and youth.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this point, I'd like to call again Anna Josephson, Millie Josephson, Hermengilda Tayab, and I'm sorry on that. Mark Francis, this is also the Kabyab, all right. Jerry Williams and Nelson Page. Are any of you here? All right. I'd like to call Gabriel Webb, Jonathan Brady, Elizabeth Dobson, Mark Pierce, and Myung Pierce. Are any of you here? That was up to 302. Okay. Now, this is starting 303. Anna Hillbruner, Craig L. Miller, Ossie Kapuriak, Clifton Regal, Eden Myung Jones. That was up through 307. Okay, I'm continuing. Olga Mazalevshaya, Bogdan Elitnitsky, Seth Roberts, Elena Messner, Matthew Dieterman. That's up through 312. Please come forward. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Seth Roberts.
Okay.
We were born revolutionaries. From the birth of our great nation to the present, we have seen revolutionary advances in science, technology, in medicine, and business. In almost every facet of life, we've advanced, except one, the people. Abraham Lincoln said this is a government of the people, for the people, by the people. And so far, the people have been ignored in this ordinance. By refusing to let more people testify, by pushing this ordinance through, though it is so strongly objected against, and especially by allowing a mayor that we did not vote for, to vote on this ordinance, you are telling the people we no longer need your voice. So please hear my voice now. I have not sacrificed for my country in defending it to see our system of government thrown away, yet by allowing a mayor by chance to vote over a mayor of the people, you are doing just that. By voting yes, you are taking away our right to vote, and therefore the democracy we so value. I urge you, please vote no on 64.
Thank you very much. Anyone else?
My name is Elena Miesner. I've lived in Alaska and Anchorage my whole life, and I just have a few things to say. Just as my sexual orientation does not dictate who I am, a person who practices homosexuality should not be defined by it. It's an action. This ordinance is not about whether it's right or wrong. I think we've gotten sidetracked a little bit by that. It's about giving a group of people rights that takes away rights from another group. My dad owns a small business. He has in the past hired people who do not live by the same standard as he does. As a Christian man, he has specific morals that he lives by. He has hired people in the past who have had all of the necessary skills and education to do the job well. However, their morals or lack thereof caused significant problems. Some stole, some looked at pornography while at work, others wasted company time. I'm not comparing homosexuals to thieves, at least that's not my intention. I believe that business owners should have the right to hire who they choose based on moral and ethical standards. My church wouldn't hire someone who is living with their boyfriend and girlfriend out of wedlock any more than they would hire someone practicing homosexuality. The Christian school I hope to send my kids to wouldn't hire someone who believed in Darwinism any more than they would hire someone who practiced homosexuality. I don't believe that my dad, my church, or my school should be put on the chopping block for refusing employment to someone who does not live by a certain standard. I hope you will vote no on this, but even more, I hope that you will put it up for a vote so that every Alaskan can have a say and not just the few who could make it here.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Philip Blanchett, Lauren Blanchett, Aaron Wolf, Jackie Black, Svetlana Klink. That's up through 317. Okay. I'd like to call Paul, I think it's low, but it could be lower. It's number 318. Andrew Schellinger, Christina Lean, Ashley Webb, Joshua Bronstetter. Did I call your name? If I did, I'd really appreciate it if you'd get closer in. Thank you. Hello.
Hi, my name is Andrew Schellinger, and I was number 319.
Okay.
I just wanted to speak on a few things on this. I'm a believer in Jesus Christ, and so therefore I'm against the ordinance. I keep hearing about people say they're born gay. You are not born gay. You're born male or female. But everybody is born with a sin nature, and you have the choice to choose to follow that nature or turn around and follow Jesus Christ. They keep saying they don't have the choice for this or that. Everybody has a choice to choose Pepsi or Coke, to choose which car you drive. Everybody has a choice for that, and you have to keep talking about how they're discriminated against. Being a Christian, we are always discriminated against. Being out there, I've been cussed at, flipped off. There are signs out there that are bashing my church and my pastor who stands up for Jesus Christ and what he believes in. And he's constantly in the papers getting bashed and slammed for everything. And they keep saying they get discriminated. We know what discrimination is. I mean, there's churches have to go underground because Christians are being killed for what they believe in and things like that all over the world. And I just wanted to say a few things. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for coming.
evening. Speech class was not one of my fortes.
Okay. Why don't you start with your name?
Sorry, name is Paul.
Paul.
Lowe.
Okay.
Number 318.
Go ahead.
Discrimination. I've been discriminated against. I'm also nervous. I am short. I've been heavily discriminated for that. I look too young. I've been discriminated for that as well. I was just told today, you look like you're 18 years old. I am 23. I think I should go file a complaint. I think I should sue because I could really use the money. I've been discriminated against because I'm a Christian. I've been discriminated against because of where I work. What does it mean to be, what does the word discriminate mean? I looked it up in the dictionary. Verb tense. To distinguish, to observe the difference between, to separate, to select from others, to make a discrimination between. Number 3, to mark with notes of difference. Nature has discriminated animals by different shapes and habits. Discrimination, noun. Number 1, the act of distinguishing, the act of making or observing a difference. Distinction, as the discrimination of right and wrong. Number 2, the state of being distinguished. Mark of distinction. Number 3. I noticed in 64, I believe it's S1 here, under definitions, discrimination means any direct or indirect act or practice of exclusion, distinction, restriction, segregation, and so forth. So therefore, it says we are not supposed to discriminate. However, it shows in that a distinction is part of discrimination. So would I be discriminating against you in calling you a woman? Would I be discriminating against you for calling you a man? Would I be discriminating against my wife for calling her a woman? According to this, I believe that is stating that I have done some kind of wrong or misdoing. I would also like to state that nature's got it right. They've had it right for thousands of years, male and female. If you don't have the two, we can't survive. I do also share in the sentiments of those landlords thinking about being in lawsuits and such. Why do people discriminate against gays and lesbians? My natural perception is, what is their reputation? What do you naturally think of when you think of gay or lesbian? I think of somebody that is just not quite right, and it's just, they scare me, honestly. And so that's why I would think somebody would discriminate against them. And also, finally, I would like to say that we all have equal rights under previous laws and ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Brian Eisen or Linda Kellen-Beagle, Andrew Messner, Michael Worth, Ruslan Chopenko, and Anna Riley. And that's through 328. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Josh Brandstetter, and I would like to thank everyone who came out today. I have something that I believe is very important. It's the Constitution of this state, the state of Alaska. And there are 2 points I'd like to read. Can everyone hear me fine? I want to make sure it's clear. Okay, first thing. In Article 1, Declaration of Rights, Section 4, Freedom of Religion, no law shall be made respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. The second thing, Article 10, Local Government, Section 9, Charters. The qualified voters of any city may adopt, amend, or repeal a home rule charter in a manner provided by law. All charters or parts or amendments of charters, which, by the way, are in regards to citizens' rights, this is a rights issue, shall be submitted to the qualified voters of the borough or city and shall become effective, if approved, by a majority of those who vote on the specific question. Now, I love my country, I love my state, and I love people that give their time to be on an assembly or give their time to be here. But it's embarrassing and insulting that we would have to stand here as if on trial to represent ourselves to the representatives that we elected to represent us. I am not on trial. When I stand before you, and I respect you for your intelligence, for your commitment,
But when I stand before you, you're sitting before us. We pay for your lunch with our tax dollars, $300 of my paycheck every other week, so that you can represent us, so that we can have a right to vote. And we need to vote on this. This shouldn't be decided by the people here today. This should be decided by the people behind me. Because Home Rule Charter, we are a borough. This is a home rule city. A home rule city. What that means is we can write as many amendments as we want. A charter is a document issued by a sovereign state outlining the conditions, I see that yellow, under which a city or other corporate body is organized in defining its rights and privileges. This is a right. This is a privilege. Besides my opinions on the matter, we should be voting on the matter. I don't have to explain myself to you. You should have to work with us because you should be counting our votes right now. Why are we in here? It is abhorrent and disgusting that an acting mayor and that this body would have to try to rush this through. We're going to remember this. And I want you to know, I want all of you to know, whether you're paying attention to me or not, that corruption, lies, and deceit, whoever is involved, will not be tolerated. And there will come a time when I will walk into my ballot and I will see the other name. And that's the name we're going to vote for. For the sake of proper political process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please come forward.
My name is Ruslan Chopenko. I come to America in 2000. In 2002, I come to Alaska. Last year, I get my citizenship, and honestly, I'm very happy I'm American citizen. And I greet all of you. And before I forgot, I want to say I am not support proposition number 64. And according to Constitution, actually I like Constitution too. I have right. I don't even need to explain why, but I want to talk about that. First, I believe gay style of life is not safe style of life. I do some research on internet, and according to that, more than 50% of AIDS go through gay relationship. Personally, I don't have nothing against people, but I am against style and lifestyle what they live. And I teach my son, I teach myself, and I teach my wife and some other people. I'm not going to support that. And I don't believe those people have much prosecution. My personal example, I have experienced work with the gay people. And it was good people. They helped me. I helped them. Somebody told me they're gays, and I believe somebody told them I'm straight. And I have no problem with that, because when I come to work, I do my job, they do their job. When we come back home, we do whatever we believe. And I have no problem with that. Honestly, I'm all my personal apartments, and I rent to the people. And we got some agreements. And when I come to visit those peoples, there is some signs on the walls. Discriminate me. I don't like those signs. But I believe that this is their personal rights to put those signs against even what I believe, because they choose so. But if they put their signs outside of my apartment to destroy view of my apartment, they're going to be kicked out. And this is what I believe. This is my business, and I want to protect that business. So I'm against it, and I would like to ask you, vote against it. I have one guy who was a gay, and he was my friend. I didn't know he was a gay, but when I find out what I did, I still have fellowship with him. I might try to watch my back a little bit more often, but we was friends. We're still friends, and actually I was open to talk to him, even if I not agree with that. I take that position. For example, Barack Obama, I don't like him. I don't like his position. I totally against his view. But what I choose like a Christian, based on the Bible, I pray for him every night and ask God forgiveness and wisdom to rule this country right way. Same way with the gay community, gay people. I'm not agree with their style of life, but I will pray for them.
Thank you very much. Can I remind you again or plead with you again to de-escalate a little bit? Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Michael Worth, members of the Assembly. I'm opposed to this proposition and ask you individually to join me for the following reasons. It is financially and functionally destructive to business, institutions, and the simple individual citizen of Anchorage from which we generate the revenue to fund our city. As a prior part owner of an Anchorage mid-sized business that employed 50 to 100 people, I all too well know the power given when protections are put into law. How any bitter, vindictive, unhappy employee, applicant, or client can have at a phone call or filed grievance a team of government lawyers paid fully by others to put you and your entity through the ringer. As numerous briefs, meetings, deadlines, supporting documents, spreadsheets, 2-3 years of employees' history, files, disciplinary action, subpoenas, depositions, etc., these cases were found to be without merit. The aftermath for us: the accuser rides off without cost, looking for the next opportunity and victim, while the defendant stumbles back to their world significantly poorer, hundreds of fruitless hours expended to try to focus on which one of the 15 balls to pick up first. Behavior will be used as intimidation. Frivolous lawsuits will surge. Business will be shackled further. And when these lawsuits increase, and they will, nobody in these chambers will be there to defend or contribute financially. Anchorage's businesses, institutions, and its citizens are telling us they do not want nor need this amendment and financial burden/weapon that comes with it. 2, it discriminates against the overwhelming majority of citizens opposed to granting special rights and protections, i.e., suability for one's behavioral expressions thrust upon the rest of us. Behavioral expression is not an inalienable right and therefore not protected, i.e., drinking, smoking, speeding, etc., to name a few. If we are going to start protecting behavioral expression of one's orientation, then let's start first with groups that are much larger but frequently less vocal, such as religious and political orientation. A business, institution, or individual should have the right not to conduct business with any behavioral expression they do not approve of. It's called freedom. 3, its underlying motives come not from an unchanging higher authority, God the Creator, but that of an evolving, progressive, lower authority, man, the creation. I grew up not too long ago in a city and a country where society, government, and our elected leaders instructed and inspired us citizens to make decisions and take stands that were moral, constructive, and healthy based on a higher authority, regardless of the minority or majority stood with us. And this was defined and known to all as honorable and courageous. It now seems that we are a city and a country where our society, government, and our elected leaders instruct and inspire us citizens to make decisions and take stands that are immoral, destructive, and harmful based on evolving authority, also regardless if the minority or majority stands with us. And that is now the new brand of courage and honor. I respectfully ask you to return Anchorage of this particular issue to the former and not the latter.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'd like at this time, I'd like to call David DeHart, Catriel Bruce, Sergei Roslov, Greg, it's either Ron or Bon, and Lydia Datakina. And that's up to 3:34. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Sergei Rosolov.
Okay.
Thank you for this chance to speak before you, and this is my first time I speak in a big audience and not in my native language. Pardon my accent. Okay, my message is short. I'm here tonight to oppose Proposition 64 because it will eventually lead to many lawsuits at the expense of people with different moral standards. As it already happened in Sweden, England, Canada, where churches, organizations have to spend many money for lawyers to protect themselves instead of spending money to provide shelter and support for people with needs. I'm concerned about churches and future. To which of these categories homosexual doesn't fall into already? Race, sex, nation, origin, age. These all groups already protected by United States laws, and there is no necessity to make special rights on expense of others. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is David Dehart, D-E-H-A-R-T. I'm here to say that I oppose this. I think it's totally messed up. we're talking about freedom here, right? Freedom. If I want to own a business, I should have a right to desire to have a good employee or not, or to have some land. If I want to rent my house out, I should be able to rent it out to someone who I know, or who I trust, or someone from my church. But if I don't believe that the lifestyle that they live is wrong, then why should I have them live under my circumstances? And what about freedom, right? Freedom of speech. When I was in high school, I got hit on by a couple gay guys. When I was out of high school, I got hit on by a couple gay guys. Okay? What is that? That's a freedom of speech. They had the freedom to come out and say, hey, I'm gay. Would you like to take me out? Or would you like to go out with me? Right? Is that a freedom of speech? Knowing that they have that freedom of speech, they also took the right in their mind to say, hey, if I say this, I could get discriminated. Right? I could get fingers pointed at me. I could get sued. Same with Christianity. If I claim that I'm a Christian and I go out and I try to witness, I can get my lights punched out. I could get discriminated. I know that. But I still stand up for what I believe in. If you don't stand up for Christianity, then what else do you have? And what about people that say they're discriminated? Is that really discrimination? I don't remember too much about history, about Martin Luther King, but I do remember the blacks and whites. That was discrimination, okay? If you walked out there an hour ago, you saw everybody on the grass having a good time. Am I right? Now, back in the day, if you saw a black man or a black woman walking down, what would they do? They would point, they would shun them and say, hey, go away, you're black. You sit on the back of the bus. You get that water fountain. You get that bathroom. That is discrimination. All right? That is discrimination. So all of us here get discriminated at one point or another. Am I right? We all get discriminated. And how about the way this is all planned? You know, I'm not too involved in politics, and I never voted until after I got married because I didn't give a flip, but now I do. And who's this acting mayor? Is he acting mayor? Then why is he in charge of all this? I mean, is he really in charge? Or are we just twiddling our thumbs here? And how about all these other issues that we've had in the past that has been on a ballot? I never knew what a ballot was until I got married. What does that say about my wife? She's got me where I am today.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
Is there any questions?
Good evening. Before I start, that second light, how many seconds is that?
That's a minute.
That's a minute?
And
Okay.
what's your name?
My name is Greg Lund. I'm also a Lutheran Buddhist. I've been gone 2 years at music school in Boston, and I know someone there who was born a female with a genetic hormonal disorder, and despite undergoing estrogen therapy, he has a beard, identifies as a man, and prefers women. Now, I don't think that has much to do with preference, but in general, I think that calling that a choice is not just incorrect, it's deeply insulting. Speaking on preference, though, I think that preference of any kind is, by its nature, not a choice. We all enjoy certain things and dislike others. Reflecting upon our reaction to them gives us more information, and with this information, our preferences change. I can't think of anything, though, that I choose to prefer. I merely choose to act upon my preference, to acknowledge, express, and to pursue it. I like sound. I act upon this desire by listening to attractive music. I like companionship. I act upon this desire by flirting with attractive people. In this same light, we prefer different modes of interpreting our lives. This we call religion. To me, Christ, while an important figure whom I love and revere, is not a distinct person in history, and moreover, my Christ would be unoffended if I was wrong about that. Christians' Bibles are various. We can agree, though, that there is a good deal in both testaments about meekness. The prophet Zephaniah said that it is the meek and the humble who trust in the name of the Lord. Christ sent up Psalm 37 during the Sermon on the Mount, and he said, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." Declaring your interpretation of the Bible to be the only true religion, I can tell you, is far from meek. It is religion that has brought us to the common understanding that people should be free to think what they want, which is not to say that this protects any and all actions one could pursue following from a line of religious thought. For example, the man who we've already mentioned who was applauded for hospitalizing a gay man isn't someone whose actions we want to endorse. But nobody's going to stop him from being utterly terrified near homosexuality. There are Christians in this room who are afraid of being marginalized by this bill due to their Christianity, but this could not be further from the truth. What it marginalizes is the use of Christianity as a vehicle for a kind of discomfort they feel around not just homosexuality, but sexuality in general. In an older time, we might be fighting for a woman's right to bare her shoulder in public, and we'd be fighting against the exact same people. I call back to the young man yesterday who fooled us all with his red cap. We govern not to appease the will of the majority at every turn, but also often to protect from their tyranny. In this way, our opponents' numbers are exactly why the bill should not be put to a public vote. Don't let the voices of fearful castigation and jingoism win simply because they are loud. Instead, be meek, and let the voice of God guide you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like... No questions.
No questions? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call Candace Dyson, Chelsea Dyson, Charles Dyson, Lauren Bretz, and Indria Arriaga, sorry. Go ahead.
Hi, the nice lady over there told me that I can come up. I'm number 324. My name's Linda Kellen Beagle.
Okay, go ahead.
In the late 1980s, early 1990s, I was in a folk rock band called Sky is Blue, whose members were LGBT or LGBT friendly. We ended up playing many gigs for LGBT events, and for close to 6 years, I felt privileged to be involved in this wonderful, close-knit community. When the Anchorage Assembly brought an ordinance forward in 1992-93 to add sexual orientation to the list of classes protected from discrimination within municipal employment, I became part of a group that started a now defunct 501c3 to help educate the community at large. So we wrote letters, we marched, and I attended every day of the Assembly testimony. The testimony was about the hardest, most eye-opening thing I've ever done. However, Sky is Blue also got an additional education in exchange for our participation. There was a national march for LGBT rights gearing up in D.C. for late April 1993, and we were selected as the band going to represent Alaska. The local media interviewed us about it, as well as our thoughts on the ordinance. As a result, I received threatening phone calls, and all 4 of my tires in my SUV were slashed. Another of the band was literally harassed and followed down the street. Worst of all, our bass player lost the job he had been offered with, ironically, the municipality, at a time when his wife had just quit her job because she was pregnant. As a result of this, he couldn't get hired in his field in this state, and he and his family ended up moving to the lower 48. When these things happened to us, no one asked us which one of us was gay. Our solidarity made us all targets. So I stand here again, much older, much wiser, and hopeful. I see how many more LGBT folks and allies have come out to openly testify to end LGBT discrimination in Anchorage. I also see the folks who are literally coming out in front of the whole city. One only has to look outside on the lawn to see that all are taking a risk. I ask you, Assembly members, please ensure that this risk is not in vain. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Candace Dyson, and I live in East Anchorage. I am against this ordinance and very concerned about the way it has been handled and brought to the table. I can testify tonight that I went into the women's restroom right here in this assembly building and last week and had encountered 2 men dressed as women using the ladies' restroom. A lot of people think that, that's not going to happen, but it's already happening. When I approached the security and informed them what had happened, they told us that there was nothing that they could do about it, that there was no law that regulated that they couldn't be in the bathroom. As a female, born a female, why does my privacy have to be violated when I use a woman's restroom? Do I now have to fear going into the ladies' dressing room at JCPenney's or other stores? What's next? This ordinance is like opening up a can of worms. If you give special rights to these folks, then most likely other groups are going to ask for special rights, and it will continue. You as Assembly members should be concerned about protecting all individuals and families. This ordinance was written too quickly and very poorly. I am very saddened that you as an Assembly have divided the people of this great city. As a young adult, you should be worrying about the latest shootings of young people in these clubs where kids are getting into trouble. This ordinance is not an emergency, so why are you treating it that way? Is this how you want to be remembered as an Assembly member? Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
Just a minute,
Madam Chair, I have some questions.
Ms. Dyson,
I wanted
come
to ask
back.
some questions.
Come back, please. And if I could ask you, please, again, once more, to not make comments and yell comments because it's intimidating to people.
I wanted to ask you about your comment regarding how this was brought forward. Do you know how it was brought forward? Do you know that it was brought forward like everything else we see in our packets? I'm just wondering, did you know that it was basically went through the normal process, which it was proposed by the mayor, and I believe Mr. Patrick was a co-sponsor. And actually, did you know, I want to know if you knew this, it was set for public hearing not the next week, but with 2 weeks. We do it the next week. And did you know that that's how it always happens? That it always comes, we have a procedure, and then we have a public testimony process. Did you know that? That
yes.
This is just like we always do. And in that public process, we do revisions because we're listening to the public and we're trying to figure out how to respond to the public. Did you know that?
Yes.
So I'm wondering what it is that you feel like is different. What do you feel like is different about this? I guess I'm responding because I've heard people...
What did I say that you're responding
well,
to?
Well, you said, why are you doing it this way? And you asked those questions about why, how is this rushed?
Well, I just feel like that it's all been rushed, like right at the ending of, the unelected mayor's term, so that he's going to be able to pass it, in such a fast-paced time.
But do we have how many people here tonight still to speak? We've probably got another couple hundred people to speak. And because it seems to me there's this sense that something's happening here, and I want to better understand what you're thinking, because what I heard the chairman say is that she would go through the first 500 and then decide what to do. I didn't hear her say that we were going to do anything besides maybe take another 500 or not take another 500. So I'm wondering, and the only reason I'm asking you is because about 4 or 5 people have asked, or at least said the same thing, and I'm interested in what it is that you would have different about this. I
think that it should be put off for either a later vote of the people or to be discussed furtherly between you guys and not just changed every single time you come in for a meeting.
So what's happened is that the mayor put something on the table, and I think before we even considered it, he made revisions in terms of the response of the community. And then after the first set of hearings, Mr. Coffey responded and produced another version which has a lot of changes in it in response to what went on. And those are all public. Those are all public. And the vote of this, we haven't figured out when we're going to vote on it yet. So I'm just sharing, the sense. I think that if you talk to any of us, we don't know. We don't know when this is going to, we have a lot of people to listen to. So anyhow, I'm just sharing with you that this is how everything that we ever get. All it takes is 2 assembly people or the mayor and somebody else to decide to bring something forward. And then as a body, we have the obligation to go through this process. And it's the same process we do for everything.
I understand that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point, I'd like
Lauren Bratz, I bring your attention to several points presented by the municipal attorney to the Assembly during the June 5th work session and currently being presented to the residents of the municipality of Anchorage. The purpose of the presentation was meant to address the misconceptions about the legal effect of the proposed changes to the law. One of the first statements made was the municipal attorney's office does not have the special expertise in sexual orientation discrimination law. He said the reason for change was to eliminate discrimination based upon irrelevant characteristics. Alaska Supreme Court, Swanner versus Anchorage Equal Rights Commission. In this case, the defendant was told that his religious belief was irrelevant to the operation of his business. The dissenting judge said, there is no governmental interest to justify the burden of Swanner's fundamental rights. I believe Swanner has been presented with a Hobson's choice of either complying with the law or abandoning the precepts of his religion. The municipal attorney points out that the current law allows for gender differentiating dress codes. The two cases referenced had nothing to do with people choosing to dress as the opposite sex. The first case he referenced pertained to an attorney wearing ties in court. The second case pertained to a Muslim woman wanting to wear a headscarf at work as it was important to her religious belief. She lost in court. In order for the Assembly to vote on 64, it should require a municipal charter to be changed. The sections are Article 12, Bill of Rights, and 17, Equal Rights. The Assembly and Mayor are given authority under the Charter. All ordinances enacted by the Assembly need to be written with the authority given under the Charter. Sexual orientation is not listed in Article 2, Bill of Rights, or as one of the equal rights that the Assembly shall enact ordinances against invidious discrimination. Changes to the Charter cannot be made by the Assembly. Article 18 states this charter may be amended only upon the concurrence of the majority of the qualified voters of Anchorage voting on a proposed amendment. An example of this is when the Anchorage Equal Rights Commission wanted to change the term physical handicap to physical disability. This was done as a ballot proposition to qualified voters. The summary of economic effects uses Washington State as the example. There are more expenses than what was disclosed on that C. Washington also added HIV as a protected class. It is considering more classes while reconsidering religious exemptions.
Thank you. I'd like to call Carrie Harris, Joan Wilson, and Mary Stouffer. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, I just heard someone ask you to repeat something, they couldn't hear it.
To repeat the names?
Yes, back behind me.
Carrie Harris, Joan Wilson, and Mary Stouffer. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Charles Dyson. I'm number 337.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Assembly and Madam Chair, for the opportunity to allow me to speak tonight. I do hope you, the Assembly members, are still open-minded and haven't made up your minds on which way you're going to vote. Because I have the opportunity to voice my opinion, I do so and would like to think that this is somewhat like the democratic process in that every vote counts. I haven't been keeping an exact count of how many have spoken for and against this ordinance, but my perception is that there are far more that have opposed this ordinance than are for it. If you, the representatives of the people, are voted on by the people and the majority of the people are against this, it only makes sense that you would do the will of the people by voting no on this ordinance. How many items come up before the Assembly that get this much attention and a turnout like this urging the Assembly to vote no? At the age of 23, my sister chose to become a lesbian and has lived this lifestyle for 20 years. She's worked at McDonald's, she's been a truck driver, and worked in a collection agency, and has never complained to me about being discriminated against. Now, Mrs. Selcraig, I did hear what you just said a few minutes ago about the list of 500, and you don't know if you're going to take another 500. I did hear that, but I'd already written this, so I'm going to read it, but I'm just letting you know I heard that. I feel like this ordinance is being pushed through the process too quickly. We were told last night that as long as this item was before the Assembly, people would be able to sign up and to speak. We were told that people could sign up tonight and speak as long as they haven't already spoken. Now we hear that you're no longer taking names on that list to be able to speak. This goes to show that you're pushing this ordinance through the political process without giving all the people who wish to speak the chance to. This is not good government. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
My name is Mary Alice Stauffer. Honorable members of the Assembly, I address you today to share some observations. I consider myself a fairly reasonable, compassionate person, and I do not hate anyone. I have enough imperfections of my own not to require perfection from anyone, and I'm not really all that fearful of anyone either. It seems to me that we're really kind of full of ourselves when we are, by virtue of a brief consideration, wiser, fairer, more compassionate, and certainly more enlightened than all the other people who have ever lived before us. And that we think that a few weeks of effort could fix a problem that has plagued mankind for millennia by simply saying it is not a problem. But we can't stop there. We're on a progressive roll. So we'll level the playing field by saying that sexual deviance is not a problem. Rather, it is an acceptable alternative to be celebrated. You know, life is hard for everyone. Everyone has something, or even several somethings, that make life challenging. It is unrealistic to expect that life will be a continuously smooth ride. Besides the external circumstances that occur in everyone's life, all of us deal with struggles from within. Each struggle is like a continuum, and different people are assigned or born on different points along that continuum. One continuum might be a proclivity for gambling, but people still have consequences if they do not harness their behaviors. Other examples might be a tendency to struggle with sexuality, or alcohol, or drugs, or food, or temper. There may be a genetic component to why certain people land farther down the continuum than others, but they still have to play the hand that they are dealt, and they may have to work harder in that area than others do to rein in their behavior, and that might not be fair. Life is not always fair. People who are different deal with discrimination all the time. Some are short, and some are tall, and some have funny ears, and some stutter, and some of us are even fat. While it is admirable to want fairness, we should not worship at the feet of fairness. It seems that fairness and tolerance have become idols instead of virtues. People who used to be happy to live and let live are now required.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'd like Crystal Hoffman, Russ Wilmot, Marianne Dalton Green, Monique Todd, Naomi Bonke, and Angela LeBoff. And that's through 348.
Hi, I'm Karen Ralph.
Roth?
Ralph. I should be on the list.
I'm looking. You remember roughly what number?
About 305.
Thanks. Look back. Jeez. It's with an R?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you just stand there for just a second while I look for you and let the next person come?
Yep.
Just take me a second. Go ahead, please.
Madam Chairman and members of the Assembly, I am Mary Ann Dalton Green. I have lived in Anchorage since 1991. I'm here tonight to speak in defense of freedom of conscience. I believe that all human beings, including people with a homosexual orientation, have God-given rights that no person or institution can take away. However, I ask you to vote against Ordinance 64. In states and communities throughout the United States, as well as in Canada and Great Britain, laws forbidding discrimination because of sexual orientation are being used to force people to violate their consciences. I have a list of 6 examples which I emailed to all Assembly members on Monday night. Gay rights activists and activist government officials use these laws to attack people who believe that genital homosexual activity is sinful, who believe that gay marriage is a contradiction in terms, or who believe that a child is best off when raised by a mother and a father, not two mothers or two dads. No government should force any person to act against his conscience, nor should it require a person to violate his conscience as a condition of practicing his livelihood. The Anchorage Equal Rights Commission has already ruled that a landlord who thinks it's a sin to rent to a cohabiting straight couple should find another line of business. Based on that, how would they rule on a printer who refused to print brochures for an ad campaign in favor of gay marriage, or a Catholic attorney who refused to handle an adoption for a gay couple because the Catholic Church teaches that children are best off with a mother and a father? Some progressives think that conscience does not belong in the workplace. But conscience moved me when I was an employee to give my employer a good day's work, to treat my coworkers fairly, and to try to see other people's points of view. As a consultant, it motivates me not to overcharge my clients and to make sure I give them what they pay me for. If the Assembly does decide that some version of 64 is needed, they should amend it to include protections for the freedom of conscience of individuals, employees, business owners, and private organizations like the Boy Scouts, as well as for both churches and religiously oriented organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come forward. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Come forward.
My name is Angie LaBeouf, and I'm here to ask you to vote no on the Equality Ordinance Change Number 64. I believe this does give special rights, not equal rights, because it specifies a specific group based on behavior. I know growing up in the South in the 1960s, the black people were publicly discriminated against. I recall a whites only sign at the laundromat and other public displays of inequality back then. This absolutely needed to be corrected. However, I have never heard of a gay person in Anchorage being publicly or physically assaulted in Anchorage. I have worked alongside gays without any problems. I am not unsympathetic to the equality issue. I have personally been discriminated against in the workplace. When a new hire, single male, having equal credentials, was given higher pay because he was head of his household and I had a husband to provide for me, then I had to train the hiree. Who here has not been picked on or discriminated against? In my view, this wasn't an issue until the ordinance change was proposed. We voted to keep the definition of marriage to mean a man and a woman. I believe the majority of our citizens have voted to maintain this status quo. Likewise, if there are no offenses the gay people have been put through, why is this change even proposed? It is special rights. And what are we supposed to do when a transgender person enters a woman's restroom when he is expressing his gender preference? The women are put out and scared. What about their rights? To allow that gives the cross-dresser, special rights. This has already happened here. What this change does is increase the possible incidence of lawsuits. This will put an increased strain on the city's judicial system at a time when we are already overspent. This is not about dislike of a person because they choose a different lifestyle. They can live however they want. It's about a very broad-worded change to the equality ordinance that can be liberally pushed to the limit and leave zero recourse for basic rights. I believe the majority of our citizens do not want this change. If you represent the citizens, you will vote no on this proposed change or allow us to vote. If you pass this ordinance, you may regulate business, but it could breed animosity among the citizens to the special rights given to the gay and lesbian people, and this is not equality. Please vote no on the ordinance change.
Thank you very much. Please come forward, sir.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the Assembly, my name is Russ Wilmot. I'm 344 on the list, and I'm totally opposed to this change to the Anchorage discrimination laws. I would ask for the Assembly members, if they would please, to, by a show of hands, how many people agree that we should reward bad behavior? Amazing, not a single hand. But yet this is what this law proposes to do. I'm a person who studied the Bible and believes strongly in God's Word. The Bible tells us that there are 3 sexual sins: the sin of fornication, the sin of adultery, and the sin of homosexuality. I don't see anything in this proposal that addresses fornication or adultery, yet it's in the same category as homosexuality. I wonder why that is. Would you agree that if a person engages in fornication, that they should be rewarded? I think not. Would you agree that if a person engages in adultery, they should be rewarded? I think not. And the same should apply to homosexuality. It's a disgusting, depraved, immoral lifestyle. And the last thing we need to do is to be condoning it and sanctioning it by this particular proposal. I strongly urge you to vote no. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. Thank you for this opportunity to voice my opinion. My name is Monique Todd. I am a woman. I may alter my appearance, my body, my style of clothing, but the fact remains I am a woman. I am black, born that way. It has not changed in my 42 years. I am a veteran, proudly served my country, proud of the choice to be an American. I am a wife, blessed with 11 husbands for 17 years. Once again, a choice. I am a mother of 2 beautiful children whom I choose to raise in a strong, loving home, grounded firmly in Christ. Once again, a choice. I am a Christian. I choose to follow God's word and to live my life accordingly. Once again, a choice. As I stand before you, I'm sure the first thing you notice is I am black. Then I am also a woman. I cannot change that. One would not know that I am a mother, a wife, a veteran, a Christian, unless it was verbalized or my behavior depicted such. I choose to be these things. I have not come before you seeking accolades or special rights for any of the choices I've made, nor do I applaud your effort to grant special rights to anyone based on a behavioral choice. I am in opposition of this ordinance, an ordinance based on choice. Thank you.
Just a minute. Ma'am?
Please stay.
Ma'am, come back. Mr. Gutierrez has a question.
Thank you. Actually, the first thing I noticed is that you're very tall.
That is too. I cannot change that.
So, you are protected under current law from discrimination based on your choice of marital status, based on your choice of what religion you choose to practice. Are those things special rights under your definition?
No,
Should they be taken away, or why are, again, what I've asked other people is, why are those choices not special rights, and protection for other choices, if you call it a choice, why is that special rights?
If you look at me, I'm black. I choose to be a mother. That is not something that if I don't want to be a mother, then I wouldn't have to be. They choose the lifestyle that they want to lead, but why should we grant them special rights because of a behavior?
But you have a legal protection based on your choices. I can't discriminate against you because you chose to become a mother, because you chose to get married. why is it okay to ban discrimination for those choices and not others?
It's a behavior. It's something that they can change. If I sit there and say, oh, I'm going to go out here and kill someone, that is a choice I'm going to make. You're going to reprimand me for that behavior, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if they choose to be a homosexual,
no, don't
I'm sorry.
disregard that.
I'm sorry. It kind of threw me off. Okay, I lost my train of thought. Sorry.
Right. I think you've answered.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I've been putting this down a little bit. Madam Chair, Assembly members, non-elect mayor. My name is Naomi Banke from Eastside Anchorage. I'm an Alaska Native and African American born and raised here, right here in Alaska. I'm a proud Christian and parent of 2 beautiful children of the same heritage. I have taught them all their lives to not look at a person by anything but what's inside. I do not teach hate, ever. I love all men and women. I have been discriminated against all my life for not being Native enough by the Alaska Native community, and for not being African American enough by the African American community. I moved to Nome, Alaska about the time I turned 16 years old and ran into Alaska Natives who would refer to me as a Doxybuk, meaning the N-word in Eskimo. Now, mind you, I had grown up in Wasilla as one of few African American families and never experienced discrimination as badly as that, although I could tell you some stories about not being African American enough in Wasilla. So can you get me an ordinance to make either group not discriminate against me, please? I'm sick and ashamed that this group of people who by choice are living an alternative lifestyle, that they're riding the coattails of the civil rights movement. How dare they compare their plight with those of my ancestors? I did not ask to be born of this heritage. The homosexuals choose to live how they do. I or my children have no choice, just as my father did, who is African American, moved up here to Alaska in the 60s, was so discriminated against that he cannot even talk about it. Until you have been abused for the color of your skin, you have no right to compare your plight. My sister, who is a homosexual, did not even know there was a problem until this ordinance was brought up. She called me 4 days after the hearing, mind you. She did not even know about the first hearing and started questioning me about how I could stand up against her. I simply asked her why we have not had this conversation before. We have never crossed hairs as far as her being homosexual and my religious preference. We have always gotten along until this ordinance came about. I promise you that she did not know there was an issue until these hearings. My sister chooses to have piercings all over her body and very bright hair that she is continually discriminated against about. Can you please get her an ordinance to cover that? I am sorry to sound so condescending, but you can see my point. If this passes, then I can see where another group of people who choose to live a certain lifestyle will have in the future ask for special rights. Yes, I said special rights because that's what this is all about. I believe that there is so much depression in the homosexuality community because homosexuality is a natural emotion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to call Angela Duty, Stan Shields, Kevin Thomas, Keith Jenkins, and I think it's Nzina Marari. Please come forward.
My name is Angela Duty. I'm a resident of Anchorage, a property owner, and a consistent voter. I urge a no vote on 64 because I oppose the inclusion of the term sexual orientation in the equal rights policy for the city of Anchorage. The first sentence of Muni Code 5.10.0.1 states, the public policy of the municipality is declared to be equal opportunity for all persons. How much more specific does the language need to be? Doesn't all mean all? Or are we pulling a Bill Clinton here and wondering about the definition of all? Equal rights are provided to everyone, but I believe the homosexual community is expecting special rights. Why has our temporary mayor introduced this poorly written ordinance? Perhaps he hoped the voters of Anchorage would be asleep at the wheel and not notice. The position as acting mayor should be to oversee the day-to-day activities of the municipality until the duly elected mayor takes office, not initiate new policy or attempt to change existing policy. Assembly members are elected by the people to represent those in your areas, not to represent your own personal agenda or to represent the minority of a few people. Whom do you represent? Are you planning to do the right thing, as you wrote to me in your reply, for a majority of your constituents, or are you voting for yourself? I believe in limited government. The more laws and rules you enact, the more services the city has to provide, the higher our property taxes, and the more laws and rules you have to enact to enforce the laws and rules you initially enacted. You cannot legislate personal behavior, good or bad. And no matter how many ordinances you adopt, invidious discrimination against anyone is wrong. We live in a very litigious society. Approving 64, no matter which version you adopt, sends our city down a costly, slippery slope. I, for one, object to having my property taxes spent to fund the legal defense of such actions. Last week, we heard that the Equal Rights Commission would not need to the budget additional funds to cover the projected 8% increase to their workload should this ordinance pass. What are they doing with that extra time right now? Playing solitaire on their computers? Is the department overfunded, or should it be cut to help the budget shortfall? Little Seattle is a nickname for Anchorage I heard many times before moving here. Now I'm hearing Los Anchorage. It is certainly living up to that new nickname. I lived in Los Angeles for over 20 years before moving here to retire with my husband, who, by the way, is a male. For those interested to live in an environment supportive of the sexual lifestyle, I suggest you move to Los Angeles.
Thank you very much.
The weather's better there.
Thank you. Please come forward if I've called your name. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Could I present some documents
Get to the clerk and she'll pass them out. And while he's doing that, Drew Phoenix, Sergey Elenitsky, I think, Dave Holmes, and Jerry Eastham. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Stan Shields. I thank you for the opportunity to address Madam Chair, the Assembly, the Acting Mayor. I've lived in Anchorage or Alaska since 1989. I was in the Coast Guard, retired in 2005 after 30 years of service. During that time, I spent a lot of time in crisis counseling. I have a degree in psychology and a couple others. Part of this was because of what I chose to do. Part of it was because of where I found myself as a child. I did not choose the parents that I had. I was sexually molested by my father for 3 years from age 7 to almost 10. Prior to that, because my mother was on her second marriage and she realized she made another mistake the second time, the first things I remember from my mother is that it was my fault. I was her third child, my father's first child. So from very beginning until at least age 10, I was the cause of all problems. Everything that I could possibly do or look forward in doing was already marked against me. Somehow in all that, I did take a belief in Jesus Christ. I believe it is that belief that has led me to still be alive at 57 years of age now. And it is also that belief that caused me to go and change my life or reacquaint my life with what He wanted me to begin with, even though I had no choice in the earlier years. I was first propositioned in 1969 during my senior year in high school. That continued until 1993. Because of my background in my early days, there is a sensitivity that I have that 75% of the males don't. And so gay males tend to gravitate towards me. I also, because of that sensitivity, I'm a natural-born counselor or listener, and I have done that throughout my adult life. In that course of that, both in the military and out of the military, I have counseled numerous people into the numbers of 1,000 or more. Not all of those obviously were gay. There were at least in the military 100 of those that were. In my time in the military, there were only 3 men that I can remember or that was involved with that actually got discharged from the military because of their gay lifestyle.
Dr. Selkirk.
Would you go ahead and take a few minutes and finish up, please?
Okay, thank you. In that time, like I said, there was only 3, but there was over 100 that I personally counseled with. In that I did talk into a few of those did change their so-called orientation that they were born with. The documents that I gave you are documents that give the other side of the picture. One of them is from a liberal, pro-gay magazine called Mother Jones. It is not a known fact. It is not a fact, period, that it is born. There are environmental factors, just as I was when I was born into the family that I did not choose to be born into. I had certain preset and tendencies to be a gay. And if I were to use, or at time 1973 when the terms were changed in the APA's DSM, I would be labeled a gay. That would be my definition. I would fit it. I'm just saying that doesn't exist.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairwoman, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Jerry Eastham. I've been in Alaska for 32 years. Pardon?
They want you to talk into the microphone.
Just get closer to it.
There you go.
I've been in Alaska for 32 years, in Anchorage for about 26 of those 32. Talking about discrimination, my wife was discriminated against the Anchorage School District for about 25 of those years because we had our children in Christian schools. She was a certified teacher, had more education probably than most of you sitting up there because she had a lot of time on her hands, couldn't teach, so she went to school. I paid a small fortune for that. But anyway, my friend Ray back here wanted me to say that he had a son, was gay, died at age 45 of AIDS. He speaks of it to this day and still is brokenhearted. The man laid there and died a terrible death. The lover of his son went out and messed around with other gays, brought home the virus, the AIDS, and gave it to him and then left him. I have a brother that had a son, 25 years old. Dana Joseph was his name, died of AIDS. I watched Joe over 6 years rot from the inside out with this disease. And he was real active in the gay community, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of partners in his pre-teenage years, all through his teenage years and through his life up to 25. As a young boy, teenage, pre-teenage, I was approached by numerous gay people. One in particular, Ed Keenan, never forget him. In the coal camps of West Virginia, I didn't know there was such a thing as homosexuals, gay or whatever. I wasn't in any way, didn't in any way know about them. When Dad retired from the coal mines, we moved about 100 miles away to another county that seemed like every gay man in West Virginia moved to that one county. because the teenagers there was constantly getting hit up on. One by the name of Bad Eye Pierce, we called him. He was real active with little kids. And we were too ashamed or too scared or something to go tell our parents. In the Army, I was approached by cross-dressers, homosexuals, morphidites.
Thank you, sir.
So,
thank you for coming.
you're welcome.
Hello. My name is Dave Holmes, and I'm originally from Georgia. That's why I talk funny. And I have a lot of friends in this room, and I wish y'all would make them quit making fun of me because I talk funny. But seriously, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to share with you tonight. And the thing that I'd like to try to share with you is I'd like to hope to communicate a little understanding. I've been working with youth and children for about 30 years. I'm the director of an organization called MYPD, which stands for Making Youth Prepared Disciples. I've trained thousands of kids in the state of Alaska and worked with, at last count, about 25 of our churches, most of them in Anchorage. I had not planned to talk to you tonight because so many of my friends were talking to you, and I knew you were going to get the message that I would want to communicate. But about a dozen parents came to me of kids that I had trained and asked me to share with you. And I said, okay, I will. The thing I want to share with you is, first of all, I'd like to share with you an example of what I'm trying to communicate. I've done lots and lots of counseling with young people. And one day a young man walked in my office and he sat down and he says, Mr. Holmes, he said, I really respect you a lot. And he said, I just have to ask you a question. He says, why are you so much against me as a homosexual? I knew the young man was a homosexual. I said, son, this is not about me and you. I said, let me share something with you. And I opened the Bible to the first chapter of Romans. I said, I want you to read this. And he read it. And as he read it, his face became very red, and he stood up. And when he finished it, he took my Bible and he slammed it on my desk and he walked out. And I said, now before you go out, I said, I want to tell you something. I said, the reason I had you read that Bible and what was said, I said, because this is not between me and you. This is between you and God. It's not about me, and it's not about what I believe. It's about what God thinks. And the Christian community, I'll tell you one thing this hearing has done. It has motivated the Christian community. They are motivated and they are ready to do whatever they need to do whatever they believe in. And but anyway, he walked out the door. About 2 weeks later, he came back in. He said, Mr. Holmes, I need to talk to you. I said, okay. He said, I believe you love me.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Can you sum up very quickly? Can you
Ma'am.
sum up
Wait
quickly?
a minute, Mr. Flynn had
Okay.
the same thing. All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Anyway, he came back in and he said, Mr. Holmes, can I talk to you? I said, yes. He says, I know that what I'm doing is wrong. And he says, I know now what God thinks about it. He says, will you help me? I said, son, I'll do whatever I have to help you. And I sat down and I talked to him about the fact that he was a sinner falling short of the glory of God, and that he needed Jesus Christ as his Lord and Savior, and that Jesus would change his life the same way he changed mine. He prayed and received Christ as his Savior that day, and his life did change. And for the next 6 months, I met with him for once a week, and I discipled him. And today, that young man is married, has 2 children, and is living a very fulfilled life.
Thank you, sir.
That's what we are about.
Thank you very much.
That is what we are about.
Good evening. My name is Sergio Niski.
yesterday I was here like just from Anchorage, but today I'm like Pastor George, New Chance in Christ. And we have discussion today about sin, which one has long history. This is sin of Sodom and Gomorrah. That civilization was born, destroyed. And when I see today here people in a Christian uniform read Bible and talking about that sin, this is not sin, we're very close to Jesus Christ very soon coming again. And today, if we're talking about this, probably God's judgment fire very close for us too. And if talking about sin, we have just the one way. This is, please, Jesus asking of Lord, Jesus Christ, please forgive us because we have sinned. And we have today blessing time. Today is just God's mercy for us. I'm asking, please use this blessing time. We pray about you. Our church is international church. We use many languages, many people coming, many nationality, and we pray almost every day about mayor, about everybody here. We love this town. We pray this town about this town. We working. I see this town blessing town. If this third day today, many people asking, we have problem. I have sinned. Who can help me? I believe many churches in Anchorage can help for the people who understand this is sin, this is problem. And the Bible talking about sin very clear. And I believe God help us and God blessing us. Thank you for patience. Thank you for attention for me.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Susan Patterson, Dan Seliger, Celia Warrior, Daniel McMullins, Ron Watts, Mark Blackford, and that's through 363. Please come forward if I called your name. Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
My name's Daniel McMullins.
Okay.
Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen of the Assembly, over the last week we have all listened to many hours of testimony for and against the proposed amendment to this ordinance. Out in the lobby and on the grounds of the library, there have been large gatherings of demonstrators attempting to rally support for their sides. Inflammatory statements have been made, and those not agreeing with the premise of the ordinance have been marginalized, called hateful, and labeled as bigots. Numerous times, when listening to testimony, snide remarks and insults could be heard quietly muttered in certain sections of the chamber when the Bible was quoted, or someone referenced their religious faith when stating their opposition to the ordinance. I do not wave my finger at the entire gay and lesbian crowd when I say this, but it appears that some in that crowd are themselves behaving like bigots. We must remember these individuals are loving and tolerant people. We know this because they tell us so. As a Christian, I am called to love my neighbor, and I do, even those who hate me. And God loves them too. Any Christian who hates that which God loves is a hypocrite. And yet, as a Christian, I am also accountable to God for that which I support or put my sanction on. It is claimed that religious exemptions are included in the amendment. They are in fact merely exclusions allowed for religious nonprofits, churches, etc. Religious beliefs, if sincerely held, are not left in the pews and pulpits of churches. They are lived daily. As a professing Christian, the only right I have if I object to this ordinance's coercion is the right to be sued. I assert that the real monster in this struggle is not the homosexual who believes he is fighting for equality. It is certain members of the Assembly before us. No governmental power is endowed with the authority to force anyone to sanction behavior that God finds abhorrent. Insofar as that governmental body seizes that which belongs to God, it invalidates its own authority. Early Christians chose to face lions rather than forfeit their consciences to government. Our founding fathers chose to risk their lives by defying a government that had forgotten its proper role. Should this pass and be enacted, the people of Anchorage do not have to obey this invalid and unconstitutional ordinance. It is my hope that those who oppose this ordinance for religious reasons will look to their children and grandchildren, to those who have come before them, and to the Lord our God, that we will have the courage to do the right thing according to God, no matter the price.
Thank you very much.
I'm Ron Watts, number 362. In opening, being against the proposed ordinance is not advocating hate. I have friends who are homosexual, and I respect and love them, even though I do not agree with their lifestyle. In reference to discrimination, I was discriminated against as a kid and sometimes as an adult. Life is not always fair. Legitimate discrimination is not acceptable under any circumstances or conditions. Webster's Dictionary of Discrimination: to mark or perceive the distinction or peculiar feature of. And definition of feature is to resemble in form or appearance. Our thoughts, our choices, our preferences do not meet these definitions. Now we're proposing to add sexual orientation to that list of definable, discernible terms of discrimination. No one cares and no one's business about what my sexual orientation is. Keep it to ourselves. Reference the proposed ordinance. There's many phrases in there, in particular under the policy category. Phrases such as adversely affects the welfare of the community. The Assembly finds there is or could be some level of discrimination in practices of the municipality. These proposed ordinances are full of unclarities. They're subjective, they're ambiguous, they're terms that are unenforceable. This proposed ordinance will cost the taxpayers thousands in processing and legal costs. It will cost businesses and citizens thousands to defend themselves against the lawsuits. The crux of the proposed ordinance is sexual orientation. I have heard over and over that sexual orientation is biological, not a choice. Most of us believe in some form of evolution. Let's assume that humans evolved over thousands or possibly millions of years from a lower form of animal life. We would most likely have some animalistic characteristics. We would also assume we would be acting better, getting better, improving, and in fact, over millions of years, we should actually be a perfect human race. I've studied, I've photographed, I've observed animals my whole life. I am not aware of a single animal species that engages in homosexual behavior. The logical conclusion is that homosexuality is not a natural act or trait. If so, animals would be engaging in it. This is a choice, plain and logical. In summary, all the years that I've worked with ordinances and bills, I have not seen as much effort put into trying to get a bill through this process as compressed and quickly as possible.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Mark Blackford. Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, Administration, I would just like to thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns to this ordinance. As a father and a Christian, I oppose this ordinance. There are many parts of it that I don't like, but the word perceived is very bothersome to me. It is open to interpretation. It's open to change. It's a fluid word. It doesn't belong in this legislation. I personally don't care what people do in the privacy of their own home. That's their business. But I cannot support an agenda to make me accept a lifestyle that I feel is wrong. I believe in tolerance. I believe in respect. But those are things that have to be earned. Those aren't natural rights. You earn someone's respect and their tolerance by your actions and your behaviors. I also believe that as assembly members, you have the responsibility to listen to your constituents. I've been here for a few days now, and it's quite clear to me the majority of people who have come up here to speak have been against this ordinance for various reasons. Some of faith, some of legal virtue, whatever. But I do think that you have a duty to hear the voice of the people and do the will of the people. And I don't come from a place of judgment. That's not my place. As a Christian, I'm taught to love all people, and I certainly try to do that as much as I can. Everyone, we're all protected by the Constitution, but that doesn't mean that we all deserve the same things. For instance, if I break the law, there's a penalty that I will pay for that. I will not be treated, I won't be able to vote if I'm in prison, things of that nature. Lifestyles also have consequences. And to try to force a lifestyle on a majority of people by a minority of people is just wrong. Anyway, that's all I have to say, and I thank you very much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call Stephanie Scalzi, Catherine Francis, Christopher Kirka, and Ben Massey, and that's up to 367.
My name is
And
Stephanie.
if you could come closer, so I can't tell if you're just standing in the back or you're waiting to speak. I'm sorry? You missed your turn? All right. Probably, if I could find your name. So stay there and go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Stephanie Scalisi. Okay. I'm a Christian, a wife, a mother. I'm an RN. Actually, I have seen a lot of you as my patients, and some of you as well. I don't discriminate. I love. God loves. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever shall believe in him should not perish, but have everlasting life.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but if you stay with the mic, then the television can pick you up. If you turn your head, the voice is gone.
Okay, please add some minutes. Nevertheless, he loves you, but he hates the sin. I would like to correct a few things, or I'd actually like to add. Ms. Scott Selcraig, the young lady that came up here that you intimidated and asked, why do you think this is in a rush? We would have to be idiots not to realize that some people are rushing this, even asking people to take their names off the list. We'd have to be idiots not to think that we're trying to rush this when you won't let anyone else sign up when yesterday you said that we could. We're not idiots. I'm encouraged by the Christian turnout here, the young Christians that will stand up and stand on the Word of God. This is exciting, and this says a lot. I spoke that I was an RN, and I was RN here for over 2 years. I was a charge nurse in the ER, charge nurse in the ICU. I made a lot of policies, and 2 questions, very important questions that we ask. Do you really need the policy? And do you need to change the policy? And I'm going to tell you today, you don't need a policy. There's no discrimination. I can line everybody up in here, and we can all tell you, have we been discriminated one time or another? Are you going to make a special group or a special right? I'm not going to stand up here and argue, is sodomy wrong, is sodomy right? I know it's wrong. You think it's right. Some of you. I'm not going to argue, is it genetic, or is it hereditary, or were we born, It doesn't matter. It's a behavioral issue. But what I am going to tell you, the most important reason I'm here, and the reason I've drove every day here, is because my 6 children. The second question that we ask in a policy, is there any potential harm that it's going to cause? And I'm here to tell you it's going to cause a lot of potential harm. Whether it happens or doesn't, there's potential that it can happen. And if you think that Christians and mothers moral Christians, moral mothers, moral people are going to stand by and let this happen, that's wrong. You can vote what you want, but we have a God-given right to protect our children. And I ask and I urge that you vote no for this to make Anchorage a safer place.
I'd like, if you feel that you have been taken off a list or refused to be on a list, I would like you to specifically give that contact information to the clerk, and I will investigate. I am not aware of that at all. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chairman,
Please speak.
Madam Chairman, before we go on, I'd also like to say that there was no intention on my part when I explained our procedure to in any way intimidate anybody. It's just I thought that there was a real misunderstanding that we're somehow handling this differently, and it's my understanding it's not our intention. So,
Okay, thank you. Could you speak?
My name is Elizabeth Dobson. 300. I missed the call. I was in class. I couldn't miss my class. Sorry. DOBSON. Elizabeth Dobson. 300.
Okay, just give me a sec to look. Do you know roughly what number?
300.
We found you. Go ahead.
My name is Elizabeth Dobson, 27 years old, single mom with 2 girls. I was born in Anchorage, Alaska. I was raised in the Philippines for 13 years, and I live in Alaska since '98. I'm taking classes at University of Anchorage, Alaska. My goals in life are to receive computer technician certification and an associate degree of applied science. I'm a daycare provider. I am not a member of churches or any associations. I'm a food stamp recipient for over 7 years. Yes, I am poor. However, I'm trying my best to improve my life. I was not asked to make a statement. I am here on my own to share my concern about the Sexual Orientation Ordinance 64. I do not support Ordinance 64. I believe that the Ordinance 64 will create a gigantic conflict in every part of the law. The homosexual is already covered in this law. The gay, bisexual, lesbians, and others have been exposing themselves before the so-called sexual ordinance appeared. For example, July 4, 2 years ago, homosexual parade themselves with bandanas, and we didn't say anything but start clapping because we support. I feel bad the guy wearing heels because it looks so painful. Second example, gays and lesbians, bisexual, and others have bar and places to hang out. And as a young lady, I have gay, lesbian, and bisexual friends. I like the environment when I'm around with them. Like other people, they disgusted of them, but not me. I respect all of them because since I was little. My friends that are gay, lesbian, bisexual are successful and never had a problem from their job and housing, and they live as a normal life like me. Most important issue is the effects of my children and our future children. I have 2 young children that are independent and smart. They attend Anchorage School District. If this ordinance passes, I will remove my children from the school and enroll them in a homeschool. Why? Because I will not let my children see this kind of behavior from the school. I believe the school are the second home with my children. The sexual orientation comes in different meanings, such as a man dresses like a woman or vice versa, that works in school, at family restaurants and stores. This behavior will make my children traumatized and confused. I could not find any good reason if my child asks why he dresses like a girl. An answer that will not suggest that this behavior is acceptable. This behavior is not an alternative lifestyle. This behavior is unprofessional at the workplace. This behavior is distracting customers, clients, and coworkers and children. Therefore, I'm respectfully ask this assembly to not pass this ordinance. One more thing. This is a foolishness to add in discrimination law because it will affect all of us, myself and my children. They do not need the additional right because they already have rights. It's not equal right because it's special rights. We are the people. Let us vote for it. Then you will see the Alaskans do not want this additional right.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The lady in the back who said that your name was on an earlier, could you come down and tell Mary over there? Do we know where she is? Oh, you're number 500. You have to wait. Sorry. Okay. At this point, I'd like to have Tim Woodall. Just a minute. Okay, Tim Woodall, Ada Maduiker, Steve Shell, Paul Ray Dance, and Sue Ahrens. Hi.
Hi, my name is Brian Ison.
Brian what?
Ison, I-S-O-N.
What number, do you remember?
I don't remember, ma'am. I was outside. They just came and got me.
I'm sorry.
I called his name quite a bit earlier, but he was called. I apologize.
If you just give us a minute to find your name, and you wouldn't mind just sitting down there while we look?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Could you come forward? I'm really trying to keep track of this. And it's okay. We found you. Come back, sir. Thank you. Go ahead.
I spent 23 years of my life locked up in the prison system in the Department of Corrections. I've watched young men from 17 to 20 to 30 years old with people doing 600, 700 years get raped without their consent, being held down by individuals. The Alaska Administration Code in the Department of Correction, the policy and procedure is there will not be any homosexual activity inside incarcerations. I don't know how they can approve something out here in the community when it's illegal inside institutions, if it's a ladies' institution or if it's a full man's institution. I've watched kids get destroyed from this, from people that ain't ever getting out because of things they've done to the community. I'm a Christian. I believe in God's Word. I've come a long way. I vote no for this order very strongly. I have kids. I have 8 kids. I'm married. It just blows me away that I have to stand up here and protect what's going on. I don't hate the sinner. I hate the sin. I've been put in front of the line and watched kids tremendously get hurt, physically raped, hurt, come out totally different, and then they get back into society and their whole life has changed. They have nowhere else to turn. Nobody can talk to them about what has happened. So if you could please don't pass this bill. I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Christopher Kirka, number 366.
I'm sorry, tell me your name one more time.
Christopher Kirka, number 366.
Wow, it really helps you got your number. Thank you. Go ahead. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Madam Chair, Mr. Acting Mayor, members of the Anchorage Assembly, fellow residents of Anchorage, my name is Christopher Kirka. I am a resident of Eagle River and have lived there all of my life. Before I begin, I would like to reiterate that a human being's value as a person comes from our Creator. We are all created in His image. Our value is not connected to our behavior. This does not negate the fact that there are consequences for our actions. I would like to bring to your attention the fact that discrimination is not necessarily a bad thing. In fact, in many cases, it is a good thing. New Webster's Dictionary defines discriminated as, quote, to use good judgment in making a choice, to observe or make distinctions, in syllogistic argument, to draw a distinction, to discriminate against, to draw a distinction from one thing to another, to discriminate good from bad, to serve to distinguish, to discriminate against, to single out for unfavorable treatment, discriminating, having fine judgment or taste, treating differently, making distinctions. Discrimination, a choosing with care, good taste, discernment, the making of distinctions, often unfair, and meting out our treatment, services, etc. It is the proper place and function of government and society at large to discriminate between good and bad decisions, righteousness and sin, good and evil. All the time, we discriminate against bad behavior. And those exhibiting that behavior. The other day, a gentleman brought up the example of smokers, and he also brought the example of pedophiles and other sexual perversions. These proposed ordinances go beyond trying to protect a class of people from being wrongfully discriminated against and protect a sinful behavior that should be discriminated against. It is not the appropriate place for this assembly to add, quote, sexual orientation to this ordinance. As individuals and as society, we must discriminate between destructive and healthy life-giving actions and choices. Though these proposed ordinances infringe upon private property rights, I have no right to behave as I like on someone else's place of business or their property. They have a right to discriminate against my behavior. I have an interesting reasons why this whole section of municipal code should probably be repealed, and why I think a lot of you would agree with. Thank you for your time, and please vote no.
Thank you. Sir, if you don't mind, I apologize. She's been waiting for a while. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Svetlana Klink. I thank you for your time and for the patience, members of the Assembly, Honorable Chair, and the administration. I don't want to argue whether homosexuality is wrong or right, but I do want to put my 2 cents in before I go into further discussion, the points I want to make. But did you ever wonder why is it that people are ashamed of this? Maybe because it's not a natural behavior, and why it is that, it's frowned upon in general everywhere in the world, wherever you go, it's frowned upon because it is maybe not natural. I mean, whether you believe in a creator or you believe in, like a gentleman talk here about evolution, there's a reason why we are born with specific body organs, and then we are also, women are usually more emotional, so we're different, men and women are different, and so just to assume that, okay, all of a sudden I want to be a man or all of a sudden I want to be a woman, is a choice. It is a choice, it's not natural, and that's why it's so embarrassing. And then also, think of reproduction. If we were to start having men living with men and women with women, in Russia they are actually paying money for people to produce extra babies because there is shortage on babies, I guess. And so here, go to Russia. If this was to start happen in Russia or somewhere else, would be scary. And then also, I'm also thinking, if all of a sudden a rose decided to become a tulip, there is a reason we have this many roses. There is a reason we have this many tulips. Some people like roses, some people like tulips. And so there's a reason we have this many men, and there is a reason we have this many women for reproduction. Anyways. And then, and we also heard a lot of solid arguments here and a lot of solid data about health repercussion that this kind of relationships cause. So, it would be scary not to consider this. And also, some people mentioned here that, listen, the majority of people talking about this being not something that the majority of Alaskans or majority of Anchorage people want. So I would encourage you to listen to the majority. And not to impose the minority decision upon the majority. But also, in terms of discrimination, now, aside from homosexuality being a choice, every employer should have a right to choose who they want to work for them. Say in a supermodel business, these women are supposed to be of a certain size, right, a certain height, and it is okay to discriminate against women who are overweight or something like that, right? And then they're allowed to do that. And so for churches have a lot of concern with this. Churches want to portray a specific image, and those who believe in the Bible, they want to say, we don't believe in this because this is a sin.
Thank you.
Okay.
We're scheduled, I just want you to know, we're scheduled to go for about 20 more minutes. Go ahead, sir.
Hello, my name is Ben Massey. I'm not part of any group, any church group. What I am is a tax-paying citizen that is appalled at the arrogance and the contempt that this measure shows. When I say contempt, I mean I think our government is holding the majority of people in contempt in that they don't trust us to act like civilized human beings to our fellow people. And they think that it's their job to legislate how we act, what we think, how we perceive people. It's just unbelievable to me that in this country, which was founded on rugged individualism, that we've got a nanny state basically being approved here by a large part of our assembly. And I think you would do well, all of you, to consider what your core constituents' beliefs are. I know it seems to me like there's definitely some special interest groups going on behind the scenes. There's definitely some political grandstanding, if you will, going on by people that have temporarily gotten into a position of power. And I think that they would be well served to remember. The other thing I'm curious about is that we've been told all our lives by the government and various gay groups that they're just like the rest of us. They're the same as we are. Well, according to this, they've got special actions, possibly special dresses that they wear that are different from us. So I'm confused. Are we all the same, or are they different from us? And apparently not only are they different from us, their differences deserve special protection. So anybody from the government, if they could tell me, are we all the same or not? I've also heard some anecdotal evidence comparing the civil rights movement to the gay movement. During my travels in the lower 48, I have happened to talk to several businessmen who are in the position of hiring and firing people. One of the things they mentioned to me is that the various protected groups, women and black people, what happens is if you try to fire a protected group, you might get sued a lot easier than if you were going to hire a non-protected group. So what ends up happening is before they hire a black person, before they hire a woman, they think, if this doesn't work out, am I going to get sued? There are women and there are black people that are underemployed or unemployed because a well-meaning employer that would like to hire them is thinking, well, hey, if this doesn't work out, am I going to end up in court? So for the gay community that wants this ordinance to pass, be careful what you wish for. You just might get it.
Thank you.
I'm number 371. My name is Paul Radance. I'm from the great city of Madison, Wisconsin. I really love this country.
Just a second.
Sorry.
What's your name?
371, Paul Radance. I phonetically spelled it for you there.
Oh, gotcha.
Radance.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
No problem. I really love this country. I thank God that I'm an American. And exactly what you're seeing here today is exactly what we want to uphold as the American ideal and its uniqueness. People coming together and bashing their heads in a civil manner so that we can move this country down the road. It's mind-boggling. It's fabulous. And I can't understand why there's so much. I want to thank you so much, ma'am, because you have really done a great job. And the police officers here that ensure our ability to speak our 3 minutes in safety and without chaos. This is fabulous. But there's a reason why I'm here. There's something very insidious about what's going on, and there's a few people that actually was hitting upon it, and there was one gentleman that hit it right on the head. And that's what I want to address to you folks, because I want to talk to you. In Iran, they just had an election where all the people had an opportunity to give their voice. One group stood up and said, "Oh, we won. Thank you so much for coming. See you later. Bye-bye. Go on home. See you next election." But then the other group says, "Now, wait a minute. This is dirty pool politics here." And had that election been fair and just, would they have the recourse as what they are getting now? The will of the people could have decided and alleviated a lot of the problems. In my great state of Wisconsin, for 80-some years in our Constitution, a couple under the protection of marriage became under assault to the point that we had to make an amendment that people had to come and vote for, that we had to specifically classify one man, one woman equals one marriage. Sure enough, 56% of the people passed that measure, as did most of the people that had voted on that resolution. 1 month later, a special interest challenged that. So now it's all in the courts. Well, California, Proposition 8, 57% voted for the fact of gay marriage. Did I quit?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
You did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, please come forward, sir. Thank you.
My name is Tim Woodall. I'd like to thank the Assembly for the opportunity to speak. Bottom line up front is a reasonable approach by the Assembly would defer this ordinance change and advise the constituents that believe it to be necessary to gain the signatures via petition to place it before the registered voters. In the meantime, if there were credible acts of discrimination, they should be appropriately reported, documented, and validated. With this information in hand and a full understanding of the voters' desires, the Assembly would make the appropriate decision, we believe. The full and complete consequences of this ordinance are unknown, and the cost to undo it will certainly cost more than to approve it. The Assembly must provide more time for consideration and debate and due process. As such, if you are compelled to approve, I would suggest that you approve S1 and only this part of S1, Section 2, 510.040, should be the only part of the ordinance change that is ratified and approved. I would like to answer Assemblyman Gutierrez's question that he asked the lady in the fifth row in the center back there, the tall young lady. You basically ask her the difference between discriminations, and what I want to do is go to the United States Supreme Court to answer that for you. In Lawrence versus Texas, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled, nowhere does a court's opinion declare that homosexual sodomy is a fundamental right under due process clause. Thus, while overruling the outcome of Bowers, the court leaves strangely untouched its central legal conclusion. Respondents, meaning Lawrence, would have us announce a fundamental right to engage in homosexual sodomy. This we are quite unwilling to do. Instead, the court simply describes the petitioner's conduct as an exercise of their liberty, that which they can do privately within their own homes, which it undoubtedly is, and proceeds to apply an unheard of form of rational basis review that will have far-reaching implications beyond this case, as we see here today. It goes on to say, the impossibility of distinguishing homosexuality from other traditional moral offenses is precisely why Bowers rejected the rational basis challenge. The law, it said, is constantly based on notions of morality, and all laws representing essentially moral choices are to be invalidated under the Due Process Clause. The courts will be very busy indeed. Our opinions applying the doctrine known as substantive due process hold that Due Process Clause prohibits states from infringing fundamental liberty interests unless the infringement is narrowly tailored to serve a compelling state interest. We have repeatedly, and the court today does not overrule that only fundamental rights qualify the so-called heightened scrutiny protection.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but the time just clicked. Thank you very much. Thank you. We've got about 10 more minutes.
I'm Susan Patterson. I should have been number 358. I did not hear you call me.
I did call you. Speak ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I oppose the proposal ordinance not because I oppose... Thank you. I oppose the proposal ordinance not because I oppose equal rights for gays or bisexuals or anybody else. We all have the same rights provided to us by the U.S. Constitution, the Alaska Constitution, and the Municipality Charter. It's already illegal to discriminate under these laws. I do not know why the Assembly needs to spend a lot of time, money, and create a huge public controversy to create a redundant law. Despite the lack of any credible problem, despite protections already provided, if there was a problem, the ACL and the feds would have made the municipality fix it. This is a poorly crafted proposal, hurried piece of legislation with certain unintended consequences down the road. I object to the political maneuver to rush the ordinance through. The Assembly would be better off if it would spend their time with these extra work sessions to control spending and deal with the shortfall of the budget. Maybe learning how to live within our means and doing without like the rest of us have to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 370. God bless the Assembly. God bless the Mayor.
I'm sorry, you're going to have
And, beg pardon?
you have to say your name.
I will.
Okay?
Steve Shell.
Got it, thank you.
God bless the Assembly. God bless the Mayor. God bless the people. Special protection, special protections. Who was protecting him? My name is Steve Shell. My wife of 36 years and I are residents of Anchorage and Eagle River for 11 years. We always vote. I am the father of 4 adult, traditional, married children. Years ago, my youngest daughter told me she was gay. I love my daughter dearly, and she loves me dearly. We disagree on the gay decision and other related decisions she has made. However, we do agree that many of the decisions she has made have hurt her, her sons, and family, and have lasting consequences. As a father and dad, I knew she was making a series of poor decisions, and that the consequences of these decisions would be harsh, as are all poor decisions. My heart was troubled for her. As the years passed, she began to make better decisions and to move away from the gay lifestyle. She has hepatitis. Years passed, and her second son was growing up fast. She was trying not to repeat the tragic mistakes that she made with her first son, who she lost all contact with at a very early age. Her second son, Kai, was 11 years old when he came to spend the summer with us. And like good grandma and grandpa, we packed the schedule with fun things to do. And we catered to his every wish. Well, one day, he and I headed to the Kenai to go fishing for a few days. And since this is about 3.5-hour drive, we had lots of time to talk. Kai was known to ask probing questions, carefully positioned in between small talk so as to catch you totally off guard. They would start with, well now, then a slight hesitation, tell me, and then the question. For example, well now, tell me, how much do you love Grandma? Caught off guard, I would struggle to give him an equally insightful answer. Well, I could not let him go. I could not let him outdo me, so I carefully timed and dropped him a question, and this went on for 1.5 hours. Then I asked him this question. Kai, what one thing bothers you the most?
Sorry, sir. Wait a minute. You've got questions. Dr. Selkirk.
Could you go ahead and take a few minutes and just finish up, please?
I don't know what I want. I don't know what I want to be when I grow up, is what I thought he was going to say. Or maybe that he would say, when are we going to stop and eat? But here's what he answered. Grandpa, I'm afraid I'm going to grow up to be just like my mom. My heart broke. Tears swelled in my eyes. I had to ask him a few more questions to be sure that I understood his statement. What he was asking me was, will I also be gay? Why does my mom keep making bad decisions? Why do I have to tell my mom what to do? Will I grow up to be like her?
Thank you.
As best I could, I told him God made him to be a special person with the ability to make his own decisions, and that it...
I'm sorry. Thank you. I think you answered her. Thank you very much, sir.
He died.
I think I've got time for one more person. Susan White Cabbage, Kirk Moses, Lourdes Delaschmidt. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My name is Kirk Moses. I have lived up here since 1984. I sell real estate for a living, and I have a question for you, the Assembly. Why do you feel it is redundant to create laws on fair housing that is already protected by the federal government? I'd like to read something to you this evening, and I want you to listen to it very, very carefully. The Fair Housing Act prohibits direct providers of housing, such as landlords and real estate companies, as well as municipalities, banks, insurance companies, and other entities, from engaging in discriminating housing practices based upon race, color, religion, sex, national origin, disability, or familial status. The statute authorizes the Department of Justice to bring a lawsuit if it believes that a person or entity or a group of persons is engaged in a pattern or practice of unlawful conduct, or that a denial of rights granted to a group of persons under the Act raises an issue of public importance. The statute also creates a mechanism by which individuals may file a complaint with the Department of Housing and Urban Development if they believe that they are victims of housing discrimination. This process sometimes results in a lawsuit by the Department of Justice or the Department of Housing. Consistent with the broad reach of the statute, the section has undertaken an array of enforcement activities pursuant to the pattern or practice authority. You yourself have an ordinance against discriminating practices in the city of Anchorage, which says the same thing as that fair housing law, except it has now been amended to where you have put in sexual orientation. I want to thank you, the Assembly, that you have been able to create and divide this city, which there was no division before. I have sold hundreds of houses, and I mean hundreds, to people in this city. I have even sold to gays, I've sold to lesbians, I've sold to strippers, and not once have I discriminated against those people, because I offer my services, my expertise, and I don't believe anybody in my profession has done the same thing. So, I want to tell you that you have embarked upon opening Pandora's box in this city. First of all, this amendment should not be made by a few like you in the Assembly. It is important to the people of this community that this brought before the voters if this is going to become an ordinance that is going to be put into effect. I would like to read to you what the 14th Amendment says. The 14th Amendment provides that no state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Now, that covers everyone. Any person covers any lifestyle. You, Mr. Flynn, should know that. You, acting mayor, should know that. So to bring this before the Assembly, before the people, thank you.
Thank you. I want to... I'd just like to make a few clarifying comments.
You need a motion to extend, Madam Chair?
No, at this point, unless you want to make a motion to extend.
You said we were done at 10. I don't mind.
This was noticed to end at 10.
Move to extend for the announcement of procedural matters as the chair intends.
Thank you. Is there objection for just a moment here? I just wanted to clarify. Our process is such that any 3 members of this body and the mayor can bring any item they choose before us. At this time, the Assembly has not discussed, the Assembly has not made a decision, and the Assembly has not even really taken a position on this matter. There are so far 3 different variations of this matter that could potentially be discussed and moved later on by this body. Our process is exactly on this the same as it has been on every other issue, except we're seeing a whole lot more of you than we have before. It is, and again I want to repeat, it was not the intent to stop anybody from coming here that when I made the ruling at the beginning of this meeting that I wouldn't add any more people to this list. Basically, there are people who signed up on this list that have waited for hours and hours and hours to testify, and it seemed to me a good and logical thing to get through this list and then see where we are. At this point, we have not finished the list, and this list that I have is still going to rule the order. We are at number 374, and we've got about 550 names on the list. So we will continue, and there will be no discussion and no debate by this body until the public hearing is gavelled closed. Are there any other comments that any other members want to make before we move to continue the public?
Just, Madam Chair, are you planning to meet Monday, or are we going to wait till Tuesday?
At this point, Assembly members who are here, basically most of us have jobs and lives and cannot meet on this every single night. We just can't. You do too. I hear you. We're trying to work through this and as best we can to be respectful and hear people and to do a lot of other business that needs to be done. At this point, the next public hearing that is scheduled on this matter is Tuesday, next week. All right? So at this point, that's what I'm going to say. Now, I want to warn you, there is a whole lot of other business on Tuesday's agenda. We have a lot of work to do. I don't believe we can spend the whole meeting on Tuesday on this issue because of other pressing business. We're going to do our best, though, to hear you because you've been waiting a long time on it, and I'm trying to expeditiously get through this so that you are heard. The comment that I made about anyone feels that they have been put off the list was not an invitation to suddenly sign up when I directly said I wasn't going to allow that. My concern is that people believe they're treated fairly. We have really tried hard to keep this list and make sure that everybody's name here. I thought I heard someone say that their name was taken off the list against their will. That concerned me, and I wanted to know about that particular instance to know if it really happened or not. That's all. So,
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Mr. Birch, you had a comment?
Just a clarification. So this public hearing will be continued to next Tuesday evening?
Yes,
to
sir.
begin at what time?
At this point, I'm not sure what time because before every meeting on the Monday before the Tuesday meeting, typically the vice chair and I go in, we meet with the administration, and the administration at that time will tell us, these are the matters that we have to deal with because they're time sensitive to the city and they can cost the city money and there's contracts. I haven't had the opportunity to do that yet on the agenda for Tuesday. When I do that, when we sit down with Mr. Clayman and the administration, then I'll be able to hopefully figure out a time certain for the hearing. I realize that your time is precious to you, and I will try my best to let you know as far in advance as possible when this matter will come up again.
To follow up on that, could we get a clarification as to whether this specific ordinance is time sensitive and needs to happen before the end of the month, or can it be pushed into July?
At this point, this body will not hear this ordinance until the public hearing is gavelled closed.
Okay.
So that's all I can tell you at this point.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for coming. At this point, I need a motion to adjourn, and I'll be happy to talk to anybody after. I'll stay right here. All right.
Second.
Seeing that, this public hearing is adjourned but not closed. Meeting is adjourned. Hold on. The meeting is adjourned.
Madam Chair, point of order. Move to continue the public hearing on item 14C.
All right. It
Second.
All right.
Thank you.
But the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.